atrocities come by way of reciprocity. I'm chewing the bones of my own greed. Death be my dignity, execute hemlock philosophy. Poison fills the cup of the carpenter. Blood lost on me, life so costly. No reason for grieving. Bring me down. I can see them everywhere, all around me. They're waiting for me, descending unrelenting beauty of annihilation. Your curiosity feeding off my animosity, and the reason is treason. Bring you down. I can see them everywhere, all around me. They're waiting for me, descending unrelenting beauty of annihilation. That's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. Looks so beautiful to me.
How's it going, everybody? Um, Ophelia, that's funny. You're working on a wig. You were working on that the entire stream earlier? That's awesome. I thought you were working on a shirt for Astarion. I must have missed when you said that you were working on a wig. You're a pleb that hasn't actually played Pillars. Well, then I hope that you enjoy this game. This game is really, really good. I'll be swapping over to it momentarily. We'll, of course, do an audio check like we usually do. That way the game sounds okay. Gonna swap the scene over. I did test the audio out before, but I obviously can't really hear it the way that you guys hear it on your end, so please let me know how it sounds. The shirt, you're trying to work out how to pattern it because you have no formal sewing training and you suck at geometry, and it involves a surprising amount of that. You know, I could imagine that. I had a button rip when I was in college on one of my shirts that I really liked, and I just sort of like figured out how to sew it together. It didn't last very long, but I figured it out. Wigs are easy. You love wigs. The one time I wore a wig was when I dressed up as Napoleon Dynamite for Halloween when I was a kid. It was like a Halloween wig. Sounds fine right now? Okay, awesome. So, when I click new game, it is going to put us into a cutscene that you guys will definitely want to listen to. I'll shut up while it talks because it's just going to narrate. It's not like a crazy cutscene. Pillars 1 is not really... Pillars 1's not really that... Okay, it is kind of loud with the music. Pillars 1 is not really that heavy on like cutscenes and stuff. But there are a lot of moments where I'll be reading. This is going to be very reminiscent of Morrowind, due to just the frequency that you'll be hearing me actually read stuff. Oblivion, I kind of shut up and let the characters talk most of the time, but with this game, you will be hearing my voice quite a bit. And I'm just going to play on normal because I don't think I'm good enough to get us through on hard mode. But yeah, normal difficulty requires strategy and efficiency, but forgives a few mistakes in combat. It is not recommended for newcomers to real-time party-based RPGs.
5 wagons grope blindly for the path on a starless night, their master glancing ever upward to the skies for assurance that he is on the right course. A dim lantern his only protection against the encroaching darkness. But the skies bring no comfort, shining no light, betraying no hint of what they know. The caravan carries travelers bound for the frontier hamlet of Gilded Vale, you among them, where a local lord has offered land and wealth to settlers from abroad looking for a fresh start. You have taken suddenly ill, sweating and shivering, and one of the other travelers signals for the caravan master to stop on your behalf. He pulls up just in time to avoid plowing into the trunk of a fallen tree that bars the way ahead. You will go no further tonight.
All right, let's get into it. So we're going to start out building our character. Also, said you went bald in your 20s and had to learn how to wear them. Yeah, I started going bald in my 20s as well, actually. Funnily enough. Just something that happens. I mean, mine wasn't too bad, but I used to have, like, such thick hair when I was a kid, and then, yeah, when I think I was, like, 20 or 21, I was working 2 jobs, and then I was taking 5 classes at community college, and just juggling between all of that, I think it stressed me out so much I started losing my hair. So it just got really thin on top. And then I've just basically been shaving my head for a little while now. Same about the hair, yeah. That'll do it to you. How's it going, Bash? Okay, so there are a lot of options for reading. Yep, guess who's back? Back on the Eminem track. So, I don't know why. I've always thought that the way that you create your character in this game is kind of weird. Because first you choose your sex, then you choose your race, then you choose your class. I don't really have a set idea for what I want this character to be, but I do like to play godlikes. And godlikes can look like this, or there's different subclasses of them. So this one right here is the death godlike, then we have the fire godlike, the moon godlike, and the nature godlike. Now I personally have played both a death godlike and a nature godlike, so I kind of know how they work. I'm down to do whatever you guys are interested in seeing, because this will be our character for not only Pillars 1, but also Pillars 2. So, we're going to be with this character for quite some time. If there's anything in particular you guys would like to see, please let me know. Seems that moon godlikes are the most tolerated of their kind. I would agree, yeah. And I'll read a little bit of the lore while we decide. Moon godlike are the most tolerated of the godlike. While their skin tone and a large moon-like growth on their foreheads may be strange to some, their appearances are generally considered more palatable by the other kith. Sailors have many beliefs about moon godlike and their propensity to bring luck, though there is little agreement as to what kind of luck they tend to bring. Then they have the ability Silver Tide. Every encounter, when reduced below 75%, 50%, and 25% endurance, moon godlike generate waves of healing moonlight that restores endurance to them and their allies. No preference. Don't know too much about it. I have a favoritism towards elves. Elves, we've got 2 types of elves. So we have wood elves and pale elves. So the pale elves I find to be a little bit more interesting than just your basic wood elf. Pale elves, it is unclear exactly how long ago the pale elves, the Glamfelin, came to the southern polar regions of the world, but they have lived there for at least 12,000 years based on their continuous contact with Almawa traders. They appear to be among the most stationary ethnic groups in the known world, migrating within the polar region but seldom venturing far north. They are rare in all northern lands, and most people consider them exotic, if they have seen one at all. Moon godlike does sound cool, though. We can actually be we could be a moon godlike with the physique of an elf. Like that. There's also, I think the big guy, you were talking about this one. These people look like the Na'vi from Avatar. So The mighty Almawa are the largest of the Kith race and are commonly found in or near oceans. Though not truly aquatic, they have an affinity for water, and many of their civilizations, such as Rawatai, are based on naval dominance. They are known for their unparalleled strength. And we have coastal Almawa and island Almawa. So coastal Almawa are viewed as a warlike race. The coastal Almawa live in a mainland region along the coasts of the northern hemisphere, though lands they conquered by pushing Thirton, meadowfolk, Natlan, savannah folk, and Orlan communities out. Their culture is more centralized and urban than their island cousins, though both groups are involved in seafaring. Coastal Almawa are very rare in the Deerwood, but those that do make the journey usually do so as mercenaries, bodyguards, or soldiers. Towering physique, coastal Almawa gain bonuses to defend against prone and stun effects. Island Almawa originated in the Deadfire Archipelago 1,000 miles south of the Valian republics. While physiologically similar to their coastal cousins, the coloration of Island Almawa is starkly different, brown and yellow, contrasting the coastal's blue and green. Though still uncommon in the Deerwood and surrounding environments, Island Almawa are more commonly encountered there than coastal Almawa, who are quite rare. When encountered around the Deerwood, they are often laborers, fishermen, or sailors. And the Island Almawa are kind of interesting because they get an additional set of weapons that they can swap to. Like, they can hold extra stuff. Almawa would be a really interesting choice, and so would Moon Godlike. So I'll put it up to a vote with the people that are here. You be a big moon guy? Yeah, we could be an Almawa-sized moon, an Almawa-sized Moon Godlike. If you wanted to. But I'll put it up to a vote. Since that's kind of how we were doing things before. What does it mean by additional weapon set? Additional weapon set just means that we can swap between multiple weapons. It's a feat that you can pick up later. Let's see. Moon Godlike or I forget how you spell Almawa. Aumaua. Okay, there's the poll. Yeah, so in combat, you can have different weapon sets prepared, basically, is how you can think of it. And the... what is it? The Island Almawa get an ability to just hold an extra weapon prepared. So Godlikes can only have one weapon type or something? No, you can have whatever kind of weapon type you want. Almawa just get an extra kind of weapon type. Your weapon type is basically determined by what class you have, more or less. Okay, we got 3 votes in for the Moon Godlike. I'll wait a little bit further. Yeah, the Godlikes, I should read over the Godlike lore just as a whole. The Godlike are children of the Kith, the civilized races, who have been blessed with physical aspects associated with the gods, though some do not consider it a blessing. These aspects may take many forms and often come with mystical powers. Aberrant head shapes are typical, and Godlike are unable to wear protective headgear as it is near impossible to find anything that fits. Because of their unusual nature and their inability to reproduce, Godlike are often viewed with fear and wonder. And you get a +1 to dexterity and a +1 to intellect for being a Godlike. We've got a 50-50 split. This is just like before with Mania versus Dementia. Really interesting. I don't want to pressure anyone that's just watching passively in the background, but we do have 6 votes and 12 people watching, so if anybody would like to contribute a vote. Be a Moon Godlike because I played Almawa on your last playthrough. I feel like the +2 to might is pretty good. Okay, we're going to be a Moon Godlike. I'm going to end it at 7 votes. Thank you to whoever voted. Cool. So we'll be a Moon Godlike with the body type of an Almawa, just to kind of have the balance there. And then for class, I'm not going to put this one up to a vote because there's way too many classes. But I will say the Moon God-like, because they have this ability to, they send out like a healing wave, they could make for either a really interesting like support type of class. We could be a paladin, chanter, priest. I think any of those would work. We could even be a monk, honestly. I've played monk before. Fighter wouldn't be bad either because you just send out like a healing wave. I'll read through some of the classes though. The two most interesting classes in this game that are unique to this game are Chanter and Cipher. So a Chanter you can think of as like a bard, basically. In every culture across Eora, there are Chanters. Many historians consider Chanters to be the most ancient workers of magic, their hollowed phrases stirring the collective memory of wayward souls around them, compelling them to generate magical effects in a kind of reenactment. In some societies, Chanters form organized groups of storytellers and researchers, but in most parts of the world, they are just a time-honored part of local folk tradition. You'll have support classes as long as your damage isn't too low. I think we'd be fine with either... Like, Chanters are good support classes. Ciphers are really good for, like, damage. Priest is also a really cool class. The thing about priests in this game, both priests and paladins, they really hold you to whatever god you decide. So if we choose to be a priest, I'll click through, we get to choose what deity we want to worship as our priest. So this will hold us to a certain disposition, and if we actually fall out of this disposition, our priest-like powers will diminish, because our god that grants us these powers will not be happy with us. So that's an interesting thing about priests. Ciphers are also really interesting too. I'll read through this. Ciphers, a recent discovery in the Eastern Reach. Ciphers were once called, oh god, there's so many like these little symbols here. Brishalgwyn? We'll say that. Ciphers were once called Brishalgwyn, mind hunters, by the Glanfathans. Ciphers have the ability to directly contact and manipulate another person's soul and psyche, using an ally's or enemy's essence as the focus for their magic. Though most ciphers are still found in the Eastern Reach, practitioners of the techniques have spread throughout the known world. They are gaining acceptance over time, but are generally distrusted, especially by the uneducated. So yeah, I think I would say Priest is probably going to be pretty good for us. We will have fairly low damage, but we've got really fun spells. We'll just have low melee damage more than likely. So if everyone's good with Priest, I think we'll move on to the next section, which would be choosing our deity. So the deities in this game, I'll read through all 5 of them, and then we can kind of come to a decision together. Also, if this is like your first time seeing Pillars, which I would imagine it's going to be many people's first time playing Pillars, I would recommend to see a good playthrough. That's what I was thinking we're going to do, but I'll read through the deities first. Okay, Bareth. Called Bareth in Adiran and Cyrano in Valian, it is the god of cycles, of doors, and of life and death itself. People commonly place or carve the figure of Bareth in doorways, windows, and other portals from one place to another. Oh, and other portals from one place to another, Bareth has a relatively small priesthood, in part because it does not speak often to them. However, Bareth has many petitioners and occasional followers. So Bareth's favored dispositions are stoic and rational, and the disfavored dispositions are passionate and cruel. Aethys is up next. Aethys is the Adiran name for the god of light, redemption, and rebirth. While worship of Aethys is still popular in the Adir Empire and Raed-Saris, the faith is outlawed in most cities of the Dyrwood due to events of the Saints' War, in which Saint Wydwin, who had supposedly become a living vessel for Aethys, attempted to invade the Dyrwood before being destroyed at the gates of Halgat's citadel. Aethys has not been heard from since, and is presumed dead by most. Favored dispositions, benevolent and honest. Disfavored dispositions, cruel and deceptive. Magrin. Magrin is the goddess of war and fire, and hers is the most populous following in Dyrwood. Magrin's faith are rank-and-file soldiers, as well as officers, tacticians, and strategists. Additionally, they create devices used in warfare, especially those made in the forge, such as weapons and armor. Her priests view battle and warfare as inevitable human activities that should be pursued with single-minded efficiency. Consequently, she is not a goddess of battle lust or celebrations as much as military excellence and passionate discipline. Favored dispositions: aggressive and clever. Disfavored dispositions: diplomatic and passionate. Okay, this god always trips me up with his name. I believe it's Scan. Scan, also known as the Quiet Slave, is the god of secret hatred, resentment, and violent rebellion. He is usually depicted as a small, bald man covered in lash scars whose ears and nose have been cut off. He appears outwardly submissive, with downcast eyes. However, his eyes glitter black with quiet hatred, and his fist is clenched. He is known to manifest in a horrific incarnation known as the effigy to followers desperate enough to perform certain unspeakable rites. In Deerwood, Scan's faithful often double as torturers and executioners, delighting in the fall of high-status prisoners. Favored dispositions: deceptive and cruel. Disfavored dispositions: benevolent and aggressive. And finally, we have Wall. Wall is the god of dreams, secrets, mysteries, and revelations. Inscrutable even to the other gods, Wall has no determinate gender or consistent appearance. Its symbol is the eye, though the look and number of the eyes often change. People pray to Wall both to protect their secrets as well as to unravel the mysteries in front of them. Followers of Wall are known for many strange and unusual practices, possibly for good reasons, possibly for no reason at all. Favored dispositions are deceptive and clever. Disfavored dispositions are rational and honest. And those are our gods. Yeah, Wall is very similar to Hermamora, for sure. So, I think I can do a poll with 4 gods. Yeah, I'm gonna say no Scan, because Scan's just straight up evil. So I will put in Wall, Magrin, Aethys, or Dareth. Who is our god? I see Bareth. I see Aethys. I see Bareth. Ooh, I see Wall. The people are split. Bareth 100%. Stop the count. Bareth is probably my favorite of the deities. Like, Bareth is a god I could probably get behind worshipping IRL because they're just like a god of natural process. Ooh, Aethys though. Aethys creeping up. Aethys at 67%. With 0 votes for Magrin. Okay, I'll keep the poll up for a little bit longer, but I think it's pretty decisive. Yeah, war is bad. What was the Aethys guy? Aethys is the god of light, redemption, and rebirth. While worship of Aethys is still popular in the Adir Empire and Raed Saris, the faith is outlawed in most cities of the Deerwood due to events of the Saints' War, in which Saint Widwin, who had supposedly become a living vessel for Aethys, attempted to invade the Deerwood before being destroyed at the gates of Helgoth Citadel. Aethys has not been heard from since, and is presumed dead by most. Would you be an outlaw in the Deerwood if you worship Aethys? Pretty much, yeah. Okay, cool. We are going to be an Aethys worshiper. That's actually super interesting. Okay, I'm going to end the poll. So Aethys is our god. And from what I understand about priests, so they give you points to recommend, like intellect and might. So intellect is going to affect the size of our AoEs. Robin Hood, priest, yeah. So intellect affects the size of our AoEs, so we kind of want that fairly high. Might is going to affect our direct damage and healing, so we're going to want that pretty high as well. And then dexterity is the speed of our actions. There's a lot of different ways that we could build this priest. I've tried to build the like default priest character in this game as a tank before, and it's very difficult to do from what I've seen. I think his stats are just terrible though. Like if we had more constitution, it'd be fine. The highest you can pump your stats to is 18, because you can get 17 here, and then depending on your background, you can get extra stuff. So if we look really quick, we as godlike, we get a +1 to int and a +1 to dex naturally. I feel like 12 dex is probably fine. We don't want to put too many points into that, honestly. And resolve. I got to remember what some of this stuff does, to be honest. Resolve reflects a character's internal drive, determination, fearlessness, and the emotional intensity they can project to others. It can be useful for mental intimidation, leadership, and convincing performances. In combat, it helps characters maintain concentration and contributes to the will and deflection defenses. Okay. Maybe perception goes down? I don't think we'll need to be too perceptive. I mean, it'll give us bonuses to, or I guess negatives to interrupt and our accuracy and reflex, but like, we're mostly going to be a spellcaster on this character. Resolve is charisma for skill checks, but it isn't great as a combat stat usually. Yeah, I was thinking we put resolve fairly low. Are there followers in this game? Yes, we are going to be controlling a party, so this is going to be our main party face, but at least I've seen a lot of people dump it if min-maxing. Yeah, I feel like I want to get might, and having a high int character in this game is really interesting. So maybe we spread our stats. I don't know, this could be terrible, but maybe our stats are something like this. I usually go off of what makes sense for the characters. Yeah, I feel like we would have a high resolve. Can you upgrade these stats? I believe you can later through certain items. Let's put our might... I would like having neutral resolve. I feel like if we're a priest of Aethys, it would make sense for our resolve to be pretty good. But we also... I want to be a smart boy. I want to be a smart boy. I think what we'll do... I think this is good. 16, 14, 13, 8, 16, 10. We don't need to be that perceptive. Jack of all trades is master of none. That's true, but I think these stats are good. I mean, 16 or 16 is like just about as high as you can get for these stats. We'll have way bigger AoEs, and we'll have, I mean, almost 20% extra damage and healing. Plus, if we don't have that high of concentration, that's going to be not great for us. Maybe we pump one more into resolve. I don't know. We'll make it through the game regardless. And then your background also, so your culture, where you come from, will put one stat into one of these things here. So if we're from Adir, the Adir Empire is currently the largest and most powerful force in this part of the world. It is centered around the equator and has a tropical climate. Though the empire has colonies in numerous areas of the world, Greater Adir is at its heart and houses the majority of its human and elven nations. I could cut a point in Dex. Yeah, I took 1 point out. I bumped one more in because of the background. But we'll figure it out. Deadfire Archipelago, consisting of the nations of Nazitok, dozens of Almaua settlements, and hundreds of lawless, pirate-infested islands that stretch along the southern sea. Deadfire is home to boreal dwarves, Almaua, and a mixed variety of other races. Deadfire Archipelago is the last stop for anyone headed east. A multitude of monstrous sea creatures infest the ocean beyond, making travel virtually impossible. Deadfire Archipelago is where the next game canonically takes place, by the way. The Ishmatil Plains. Located to the northeast of Irglanfa, the Ishmatil Plains are a large expanse of fertile savannas that are extensively farmed by human and Orlan residents. The Ishmatil culture is one of the oldest in the world, though one of the least imperialistic, having spread out little over the past several thousand years. Old Valia. Once the crown jewel of the southern seas, Old Valia is now the crumbled remnants of an empire of warring merchant nations. Counting many humans and dwarves among their ranks, the Old Valian countries are still the Old Valian countries are still forces to be reckoned with, and are proud of their rich cultural heritage. Rawatai. Dominated by the Aumaua nation of Rawatai, the Gulf itself is host to a number of nations, most of them Aumaua, Orlan, and Dwarven. Though these countries are relatively young, they are some of the most advanced colonial settlements in the East. The Gulf is a land of riches and resources for those who can take them, though the entire coast is often pummeled by violent storms. You would love a game in Ishmael? That place intrigues me. Yeah. Yeah, Ishmael is really interesting to me as well. My first character was from... I think my first character was from Ishmael. Okay, the Living Lands. The Living Lands, by the way, this is where Avowed will take place. So, if you're interested in Avowed, that's where this game will be. The Living Lands is the mountainous region of a large northern island renowned for its diversity of plant and animal life. Its weather is unpredictable, and its ecosystems vary dramatically from valley to valley. The Living Lands are home to an assortment of races in a variety of colonial and independent settlements. The White That Wends is our final place. A large, cracked southern expanse of polar ice, the White That Wends is home to pale elves and small colonies of daring explorers, outcasts, and adventurers. While virtually no plant life grows in the White, it is home to many hardy species of dangerous animals that forage from the sea or prey upon each other to survive. This background doesn't really matter a whole lot. It'll come up in certain dialogue things. So whatever you guys think would be interesting, just let me know in the chat. Old Valia is what I see. Sounds good. It says Avowed is going to release February 18th, 2025. Yep, that's the plan. I'm going to be buying it on February 13th. That's when you can get it if you're like a streamer or something. And you got to pay a little bit extra for it, but I'm going to pay for that, and then I'm going to be playing it on the channel here if you guys are interested in seeing it before you buy it yourself. So that's why I'm trying to get Pillars done now, and then we can move on to Pillars 2 either January or February, depending on how long this playthrough takes us. And then we should be able to move on to Avowed by February. So, yeah. Okay, so we've picked Old Valia as our background here. And that bumps our intellect up to 17. Oh, okay, 19 is the highest you can get. Hold on. Then wait. Wait. Then we might want to go a little bit further. If I put my perception really low, is there going to be some problem with that? I mean, a minus 21 to interrupt seems terrible. How's it going, Soul Angel? I mean, plus 40% spell duration seems really good. I feel like I want to be smart. Just make your character blind as fuck. Yeah. That would actually be an interesting character. Said Old Valia or Rawatai. Rawatai would also be super interesting, especially given Pillars 2 has more to do with Rawatai. Pillars 2 does take place in the Deadfire Archipelago, but Rawatai plays a big part in that game. I think Rawatai would be more interesting overall, so I think I am going to choose Rawatai. Maybe a 17 might, 17 int, 14 con. I don't know. Like I said, we'll make it through this game. We're on normal mode. It's not going to be anything too crazy. I just want to make sure that we have like a stable character first. Okay, and then finally our background. We can either be an aristocrat, a dissident, a drifter, a hunter, a laborer, a mercenary, merchant, scholar, or slave. With the Rawatai background, I will say mercenary does make some sense. I'll go back and read Rawatai. Dominated by the Aumaua nation of Rawatai, the Gulf itself is host to a number of factions, most of them Aumaua, Orlan, and Dwarven. Though these countries are relatively young, they are some of the most advanced colonial settlements in the east. The Gulf is a land of riches and resources for those who can take them, though the entire coast is often pummeled by violent storms. Attributes can be respec'd in PoE 1, so it's not super important now. Okay, good. Good. Then, yeah, I think we'll go with these stats. And we'll choose our player icon. I mean, that looks like us. There's only 3 options for the Moon Godlike. I think this one's the least ugly. Go Dissident Priest just for the Morrowind reference. Ooh, yeah. Major name is a troublemaker. Disrespect for authority. I mean, we are going to be playing within authority, though. Crazy hairdo, yeah. Alright, I think that's going to be good. I think also, as a priest of Aethys, I kind of like... Because we're going to be doing, like... Aethys is a god of light, but he also comes from Rayed Saros, which uses purple as their color, so I think those are good colors. Again, this can be changed later. Go next, and then we can choose our voice.
Yes? Leading the way. Onward!
There's not really a whole lot that this voice does in the game. It's just whatever we hear when we click on him.
Keeping an eye out. Yes? I shall lead us.
Oh, I don't like that one at all.
Let's go!
I don't like that one.
Nothing will slip past me.
I'll lead the way. Let's go. Steady does it. Follow me. Let's go. Shh. Huh? Yeah!
Yes, I'm flattered.
Ah! I'm here.
I feel like male benevolent is good for this character. Seems like a nice guy. Take the most holy voice. Yeah, I feel like benevolent is probably the best here.
Easy now. Yes? Leading the way. Easy now. Yes? Leading the way.
Noble only has 3 barks, apparently.
I'll teach you a lesson.
Easy does it. Hey there. Watch and learn.
I'll teach you a lesson.
They'll never know I'm here.
I'm here. I'm flattered.
Yeah!
Yeah, we'll go with benevolent. Okay, name for this guy. Oh god, we're from Rawatai. We got an Aumaua build with a moon-like body. We're gonna want some kind of a Aumaua type of name, I'd imagine. H-A... This isn't really Aumaua, but what about, like, Hadrian? This guy feels like a Hadrian type of guy. Jager Tharn, yeah. Hadrian sounds like a smart as fuck dude. Hadoro? Ooh, Hadoro's cool. I like that. Yeah, that's a good one. Cool. It'll be Hadoro, the Aethasian priest. Caravan Master Odema. The Caravan Master finishes addressing the group, his bushy red mustache and sagging jowls quivering as if for emphasis.
Everybody stays close to the wagons, got it? Stay out of the woods, and beasts take you if you were planning a stroll through those ruins up there.
He nods toward a looming black mass on the hillside.
Whole area's crawling with hut-dwelling types who would be happy to stick an axe in you for trespassing. So mind that you don't track mud on their sacred blazing rocks. Tonight, everybody stays put, and in the morning we'll get the path cleared. Gilded Vale's less than a day out. Understood?
At last, the Caravan Master turns to you, frowning as he looks you over.
Touch of the rumbling rot, could be. There's a stinging beetle round here, carries it. You'll be fine once it passes your innards. Unless you don't drink water, of course. Which case you'll be dead in a day.
Yeah, I don't know who the VA is for this guy, but he sounds really, really familiar.
There's a berry grows in these parts, small and pink, called a springberry. About the size of a fingernail. Give you cramps if you eat it, but the frontiersmen make a tea from it. Calms the insides. Should get you through the night. You might check around, see if you can find some. Meanwhile, I'll see if we can scare you up some water. I know you want to hunt before it gets much darker, but see about refilling our water first. Got a sick one here.
Odema looks over his shoulder at his assistant, a lanky, intense man named Sparfle, who carries an old sun-bleached bow. He nods in your direction. Sparfle nods and slides the worn bow over his shoulder. Where would I find these berries?
They grow on a bush that's common round here, kind of funny looking. You'll know it when you see it. Doubt you'd have to go far off the road to find one.
What are those ruins?
Nothing you won't see on half the hills of Air Glonfoth. Money to be made selling their knickknacks in Defiance Bay, if you don't mind getting stuck with Glonfoth and arrows now and again. They didn't build them, but I'll be the effigy if they don't watch them like a mother bear. Of course, all the ones around here have been ransacked 10 times over. Got nothing left worth half a pawn, so I hear.
Who did build the ruins?
Got different names for them. Settlers called them Ingwithans. Nobody that liked them enough to stop them becoming ruins, tell you that much.
What's up with these huge rocks coming out of the ground?
They don't got Adra where you come from? Well, it just grows up out of the ground like this. Goes deep like tree roots. Some of it all the way to the heart of the world, you believe the stories. It's more like a shell than a proper rock. Easier to work if you're a mason. Got all kinds of strange properties. Seems to have some kind of life of its own. Dies if it gets dug up. Loses its luster. Folks think it probably grew at one point or another, but not these days. The soul butchers in Defiance Bay use it for different things. I've heard tell it can hold a man's soul, but I don't care to see it. Got enough to worry about without seeing something like that.
Is it dangerous out here?
Not if you hurry about your business.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And not if the weather holds up.
Oh yeah, Preventus. He does... I can see that. What kind of weather do they get out here?
This time of year, rain mostly, and wind. But there's a different kind of wind out here time to time. Locals call it a beawick, born out of the ether, the spirit's path. Never seen it myself, never cared to.
Alright, I'll see about those berries then.
Hold on. Take someone with you. I know you're not some helpless tenderfoot, not like most of this lot. But you drop dead, I don't want to be looking for the body. Got a schedule to keep.
He scans over the travelers, resting his eyes at length on a sturdy, armor-clad woman who has spent the journey's nights sleeping on uneven ground, without blanket or pillow.
Kalisha. Kalisha!
The woman looks up on her own time.
He needs to find some springberries. Watch that he doesn't drop dead.
No promises.
What kind of guide says something like that?
Kind you can afford.
Don't listen to her, you're in good hands. And I pay too well, if anything.
Odema chuckles and shakes his head. He looks at you. He casts a sidelong glance at her.
Off with you. Hayden should have supplies. See that you're equipped before you head out. We're in harsh country. Get your berries and hurry back. And if you get so much as a tickle of wind, you drop everything and you run. Something in the air tonight. If it's a beawick, we'll shelter in the ruins. Hut dwellers be damned.
Hell yeah.
You heard the man. Let's get going before you keel over.
I'd be glad to.
Okay.
I'm here.
I gotta remember how... Yeah, so you move with
Anyone
middle
need
mouse
supplies?
in this game.
I've got sundries for sale.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, I'll return to my duties then. Okay, I just noticed that for some reason chat isn't popping up on screen. So I'm sorry about that. I thought it was earlier. See if I can't reload it. Okay, we'll see if that works. She's from Skyrim 2, no legends. Don't let them break our lines. Oh, yeah. That does sound like Kalisha.
At once.
I do want to talk to Sparful really quick.
I'll have your water soon enough. Stream's not going anywhere.
All right, sounds good.
Let's check by those outcroppings.
Okay, so the way combat works in Pillars is it's real time with pausing. So we basically plan our character's actions out, and then we go for it. So right now, this is just a wolf. It's the tutorial. I'm just going to have these two melee attack this thing. I'll open this up. One of your characters has been engaged in melee. When characters are engaged, they immediately stop moving. If they move again, they will provoke a disengagement attack from the enemies engaging them. Your character will also automatically engage enemies when they initiate attacks against them with melee. Okay. All characters in the game, friend and foe, have 4 primary defenses against attacks: deflection, fortitude, reflex, and will. These defenses are based on the character's attributes, levels, items, and other effects. Accuracy is compared to the appropriate defenses when an attack is made. If accuracy is below the targeted defenses, the attack suffers a penalty to the roll, and it is more likely to result in a miss. If accuracy is above the targeted defense, the attack is more likely to result in a crit. Literally just D&D style TTRPG, just renamed abilities. Kind of.
At once.
Kind of. It's very similar.
This is it.
You look like you've seen your share of action. What'd you do before you came out here? I think we'll say that we are a war veteran. Yeah? How is it you happen to come here? We'll say... I fought besides people far better than me, but somehow I'm the one who made it out. I can't reconcile that. Some things just aren't in the stars, and there's no changing it. Makes you wonder if the gods like putting us in situations that can't be resolved, just to see what we'd do. Kalisha breathes in her surroundings. Been a long time since I've been this way, but I always did like it. Lord Radric's offer makes a girl think. I'll give him that. You here to settle, like the rest of the lot? I'm gonna say it's a hard offer to pass up. You won't find many offers like it in these parts, believe me. Got some big plan in store? Let's say we're a priest, right? So I'm gonna lay low for a while, try not to draw too much attention to myself. You picked the right place then. Gilded Vale's days away from the real civilization. Anyway, I'm wasting time here. Odem will give me an earful. Let's be on our way. Well, why are you here? Kalisha sighs unevenly. Her eyes search the ground at her feet. My sister moved out here some time back. She sent me a letter. She seemed worried. But that's how she always is. This time, though, she asked me to come out, and that's got me a little worried. I haven't seen her in ages. Been doing guide work in Ishmael. But I'd do anything for her. She's a much better woman than me. So I'm here, and we'll see. Odema I've worked with before. He doesn't usually drive a route this way, but he's doing it for me. Okay, that's about all we need to know about Kalisha for now. Alright, let's get back to camp. You know, I wouldn't hold my breath that Sparful's getting your water anytime soon. He does what he feels like, when he feels like it. We should check up on him first. Slap him around a little. Stream's just down that way. Come on, let's get you your water. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior,
Yes.
Aethys? Yeah, basically Aethasians, for real. The thing about the defenses, Hikaru, that's a little bit different is like in D&D, you basically just have your AC that's determined for a lot of stuff versus like you got AC and then what else? Like your spell save DC. I suppose it's kind of similar, but you have boar stats, so you've got stats that like resist against mind
What
stuff
a surprise.
specifically.
Sparfle went hunting. At least he left the
Yeah,
water
yeah,
skins.
it's very
Come on.
similar to saving throws, but it's almost like you have 4 separate ACs in this game. So you have down here we've got 15 for base deflection, then we've got 39 for fortitude, 20 for reflex, and 20 for will. So it's like they have split up ACs for different damage types. Okay, we're gonna go click on the bag here. You crouch at the riverbank and dip your water skin into the cool water while Kalisha waits nearby, keeping watch. As you rise, you notice her look up sharply towards the tree line. Out of the trees emerges Sparkle, one of the guides, barely discernible in the dim moonlight. He no longer carries his bow, and there's a strangeness to his gait, his stride wobbly as he moves toward you with labored breath.
Sparfle? Are you all right?
Sparfle's toe catches on a rock, and he collapses forward in a heap, the feathered shaft of an arrow planted between his shoulders like an enemy flag.
Ambush!
Okay, I always hate Kalisha here because she has a torch in one
What you
hand
need?
that I forgot to
here.
take off. And she's always like multi-attacking with the torch. So I should have probably taken that off, but oh well, we can't change it now. We'll both attack this one with the arrows. Sometimes a weapon or spell simply isn't suited to penetrating an enemy's damage reduction. When the attack hits, the DR will wipe out all but a small percentage of the incoming damage. You'll hear your characters complain about it when it happens. Take heed. Note the damage type that's being blocked and switch to a weapon or spell that does a different damage type. Yeah, can I move my dude?
I'm here.
Okay, sweet.
Come on, we have to get back to camp.
True. Okay. I'm gonna take that torch off of Kalisha. I always forget about it. Yeah, we'll just put that. We'll put that in my inventory. You don't need that right now.
At once.
And then what is it in this game? It's Shift? Alt? How do you
Not a
see all the
sound.
interactables around? Is it Alt? Caps lock? It's Tab, isn't it? It's something weird. Yeah, it's Tab. Okay. Do 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 do. Yeah, Alt F4. Oh wait. Okay, no, we're good. I should be using spells at this point too. I gotta remember what some of these do. Spells work so differently in Pillars 2. Isn't Sparfle the one with the sun-bleached bow? Yes, Sparfle got. We'll wait. Don't need to use anything yet. Okay. Oops.
What you need?
Easy. Path of the Damned Syndrome, yeah. No, I've never played this game on a super hard
I'm
hard
here.
difficulty. Okay. All around you lie the massacred remains of the other travelers, peppered with arrows and knife hilts, splayed and bug-eyed and filthy. Kalisha puts the back of her left hand to her mouth, as if to ward away some poisonous vapor. A handful of dark figures stands above the fallen, treading on limbs and backs of heads, jerking their axes from bodies, as if from half-split logs. One of them, towering and severe with a thick beard tasseled with knots, holds a wet blade at the neck of the young man you recognize as Hayden, the last of your caravan left standing. Lay down your arms, trespasser. Do not forfeit this man's life for a fight you will lose. So we're going to use our lore 1 here. The ruin has not been sullied by our hands, men of Ir-Glanfath. Your words carry no weight when I have seen the truth with my own eyes. Blood must be paid for this intrusion. So I say again, lay down your arms. Hayden says, don't trust them. They mean to kill us all. Okay, I kind of want to be a smart boy on this playthrough, so we're going to use our intellect here. Judging by the string of animal teeth around your neck, I'm guessing you are worshippers of Galawain. If Galawain told you to stop protecting the ruins, would you? The man frowns and motions as if to swing his axe. Hayden winces, but the blow never comes. Instead, the man cocks his head, intrigued. Of course. But he would not. It is by the command of all the gods that we accept this charge. How do you know? Because it's consistent with their beliefs, or because it's what you were told? The man glares. It has always been known to my people. I see. And what of Galawain's edict that weakness and age must be purged by youth and strength? You think Galawain would want some moldy, crumbling stones to survive long after their builders have turned to dust? The man's nostrils flare as he fumes. He would not. He told us otherwise. I'm sure he did. Just not you personally. But why should that stop you from killing innocents? Distracted, the man's grip falters on his axe handle, and he nearly fumbles it, affording Hayden the moment he needs to dodge out of the swing, which comes too late. Howling with rage, the man charges you instead. We just pissed that guy off with facts and logic. Okay, we're going to do a blessing, I think, on the 3 of us. And then I'm going to have Kalisha run up against him. And honestly, I've never really played with rogues. I think we'll just want to do a blinding strike here, but I'm not super sure. Okay, now we can queue up help against this hunter. There we go. Easy. Your enemy lies supine on the ground, unable to rise. His companions now silent among the other dead. His breath comes in wheezing, fitful gasps. He looks not at you, but at the sky above you. Forgive us. Barely audible beneath his choked sighs, a whisper of wind stirs the air. At this, the man's eyes roll back as he closes them. Good. Good. The gods are just. A queer smile crosses his face. I am ready. The wind begins to swell, whipping around the camp, electric and volatile, upending pots and rattling tents like an angry spirit. You can feel it begin to sweep beneath your skin, and where it pierces you, you feel as though it is rending you apart from within. Seated against a wagon wheel amidst the howling maelstrom, slashed across chest and bowel, Odema's body stirs, and with great effort he raises his sagging head, his eyes barely open. He looks directly at you.
Get inside! Run!
Straining against a gale that threatens to pull you off your feet with every step, you set your hands in the worn folds of weathered rock and set about pulling yourself up the precipice. With a last burst of energy before your arms give out, you swing yourself up onto the ledge. Hayden trails behind, slowed by an injury and delayed by early hesitation. As he nears the face of the rocks, one of the fallen attackers, who had been feigning death, lunges for Hayden and topples him onto the rocky ground. Restrained, Hayden lashes out against his fatigued assailant, but struggles to break his hold. They are close to you. Despite the wind from your position, if you were to throw your weapon at the attacker, you would have a good chance at hitting your mark. Alright, we're going to throw our weapon. Your aim is true, and the hit jars Hayden loose. Lurching to his feet, Hayden clambers up the base of the rocks. As he nears the top, however, the wind flares, pulling him sideways and tearing one of his hands free. But diving out onto the hard rock, you manage to catch hold of it. Securing his other hand, you pull with waning strength, and it feels as though your arms will be jerked from their sockets. They hold just long enough for Hayden to set his feet and join you on the trembling ledge. There is a deep resonance to the swelling wind blowing. You feel it in the rocks beneath your feet and inside the cavity of your own chest, as though it would shake the marrow from your very bones. Each new gust menaces the old stone before you, loosening connections, unsettling balances. As you dart beneath the old archway, the entire portal begins to fall beneath its own weight.
Was that?
A Bewick. Had to be.
Then we're lucky to be alive.
And we're the only ones.
We can't stay here. There could be another collapse. We're not getting out that way anyway. Let's get further inside.
Alright.
I'm here.
Yeah, you can't choose to worship Gallowayne, but if you are a nature godlike, Gallowayne is technically the god that you are representative of. So I played as a nature godlike on my second playthrough, and it was really interesting. Let's do a custom walk order here.
I'm here.
That should be far enough. But
Hayden's,
what now?
Hayden's chest rises and falls visibly with each breath.
We look for another way out. Storm has to die sometime.
What happened out there? Kalisha shakes her head. Sorry if you guys can hear the train. Kalisha shakes her head. Windstorm, or a kind they only get near Glanfath. Not too many people live through them, so it's hard to know what's true. The Glanfathan word is Bewick. To them, it's the god's way of reaping the souls of the land that couldn't find their way, or their own way out. But they'll take a living soul as soon as a dead one. Still got yours? Who attacked us? Glanfathans. Those be the hut dwellers Odema warned you about. Look to be fangs of Gallowayne, who are the twitchiest of the lot. They go ruin to ruin, looking for fights with colonists. Poor Odema. I think he half expected this, once we lost the main road. The Glanfathans said we trespassed in the ruins? I don't believe that. Odema would never allow it. But as much as the fangs are hotheads, Glanfathans don't attack without being provoked. Either they saw something and got the wrong idea, or... She glances down the passage beyond. Or there's looters in here with us. That's not something we need right now. What about everyone else in our caravan? Kalisha's lips press together and her chin rumples. Her voice is faint. The wheels got hold of them now. She looks up. Gods grant them better luck in their next lives. You don't seem too upset about all this. Kalisha looks you in the eye, a volatile current running beneath her voice. Maybe you just don't know me enough to know what upset looks like. And maybe I've seen worse, too. Seen worse and kept on walking, because there's nothing else to be done, and because there's other people you care about who still need you. Alright, let's get going. Head over this way. Okay, that's sneak.
Someone else has been here. We should move.
Thank you. Got some camp supplies and stuff. I lost my weapon, so we are going to want something. It's also just good to have a ranged weapon. Is Kalisha's weapon better than mine? They're about the same. Hayden's just got daggers on daggers. That's fine. Yeah, we'll give Kalisha 2 weapons. Yeah, I feel like we don't need a shield. We'll be okay. The way you said that channeled some real God bless your heart energy. I'm going to be having to channel a bunch of energies throughout this playthrough. I'm going to be reading for a lot of different characters. A trembling, sickly creature emerges from the dark, clutching a spear. Knobby elbows and thin ribs show through its scaly flesh, but you recognize it as a Zarip. It watches you cautiously, breathing in ragged sighs. I'm going to raise my arms and stand still. You know, we're an Aethasian priest. We don't want to go around killing people. The creature cocks its head and approaches you, a soft clicking emanating from the back of its throat. The creature sniffs around you and finds nothing of interest. It steps back and resumes its defensive posture. Say, it's okay. I won't hurt you. The Zarip recoils, fingers still wrapped tightly around its spear. The creature cocks its head and approaches you, a soft clicking sound emanating from the back of its throat. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay, we're just going to back away. Just going to back away from the Zarip. Okay.
Those tiles look suspicious. Let's be careful.
So, Hayden is a rogue, and if we get close enough with him, he'll detect some traps for us. And you want to disarm every single one of these in this tutorial, because you get a bunch of XP for it. This was one thing in Baldur's Gate that always bothered me, because I would, like...
Found something.
I'd pick a lock or something, and I wouldn't get any XP for it. And I was like, God damn it! What's the point? Why would I not just break every chest, then?
I'm here.
Okay. Go through this door.
That roundish symbol. I'm pretty sure I saw it on one of the tiles back there.
Yeah. This mural must be ancient, yet the colors are still bright and vivid. It shows a procession of Anguithans from all the Kith races. Almawa, Elf, Orlan, Dwarf, and Human. They walk among pillars, similar to the ones that span this chamber, each one topped with a flame. Trying to play Baldur's Gate 1, but I'm on PS4, so easier said than done. Oh, yikes. Well, I played Pillars for the first time on console, actually. It can be done. Let's do the torch here. We'll need that. A swirling symbol is inscribed on this pillar. An unlit brazier sits at its base. It could be lit, if you had the means. We're going to use our torch on all these pillars. Flames kindle swiftly up the brazier, winding their way upwards.
Quietly now.
Character's ability to find hidden objects is based on his or her mechanic skill. Yes, I did know that. Okay. This stuff I don't need refreshers for. Okay, cool.
I'd be glad to.
Where'd that slime come from?
Where'd that slime come from? A viscous slick of something dark and tar-like runs down this wall. The shapes and bulges in the ooze suggest that something lies beneath it, but you can't tell what. We use our water skin to clear off the ooze. You rinse the ooze away, revealing an intricate relief of a man's face. The sunburst surrounding it is chipped away in places, but the details of his head, from the tight curls of hair to the ridges of the pointed ears, still showcase remarkable craftsmanship. One eye socket is empty. A gem fills the other.
Not a sound.
Okay, there's the gem. Oh shit. Well, that might be problematic. No, we can open our chest. Okay, we're good. Can I not take this out? God damn it. Well, it's been a blast. You're going to head to bed. Thanks for the oblivion in this. Of course. Thank you for hanging out. Okay, we're going to place the gem in the eye socket. Chamber begins to rumble, stray rocks dancing across the tile floor. Finally, a large section of the wall gives way.
Yes? Ah! Worth a look. Ha!
There we go.
I'd be glad to.
Stay quiet.
Okay. So we got a minor cloak of protection. Already, we're looking good.
Fresh air in here. I think we found an exit.
Masculine urge
Sounds
to
like the
scream.
storm passed too.
Quietly now.
It's an urge I struggle with every day when I go outside.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Big ass spider in here. It's crazy how far we've gotten without really casting any spells.
Certainly.
There we go. Rapier and a bloodstone. I'll take them. Okay. Pay attention. Older robed man. 4 figures stand before an otherworldly apparatus, an ancient structure of chiseled adra and metallic veins, ominous and looming, like a silent observer. Standing motionless in their midst is what appears to be a human body, colorless as stone, or ash. The other figures gaze upon it in what might be contemplation. From your vantage point, you are well obscured from their view. The figure closest to the machine stands out among them. A thick gray beard frames a face otherwise hidden beneath a metallic mask. His faded robes are embroidered with a runic language unlike anything you have ever seen, and he wears a strange black headdress with 2 protrusions that jut out like the wings of some malevolent creature.
Oathbinder, bear witness, and see this man has kept his word true to his last breath, full to his blood's last drop. Guide his soul, queen that was, and regard it among your favored. Let his life by the key be his confession. Let his death by the key be his absolution. May he walk the world ever free of the crushing weight of the book. Your brother has done his part, and you have seen the power of his contribution. I will accept no further hesitation from the rest of you. In the sight of the queen that was, will you fulfill the oath? Will you take your place beside your brother in the endless esteem of her memory that is without flaw? Step forth, and be assured of the great worth of your life's course.
For an instant, the apparatus goes quiet and the air is still. Then, all at once, it erupts with a concussive surge. Light floods your vision, and you're knocked to the ground. Your head snaps back as you land, and pain wells into the back of your skull, washing your last thoughts away into the black, unconscious void. You open your eyes to a different place, another time. You stand in a circular room, grand and domed, its walls lined with adra and trimmed with copper. The style is ancient, but the chamber is unweathered. At the far end of a great pillar of adra, pierces the floor from below, its shimmering texture giving the illusion of boundless depth. Encircling the pillar is an apparatus much like the one you have just seen, but immense and multifaceted and intertwined. Your thoughts are yours and not yours, and they seem to exist before you think them, and they are all questions. Pressing questions, troubling questions, questions that must be answered, or... At the base of the pillar now, you see a man with a thick gray beard in a ceremonial robe, crowned with a strange ornamental headdress. You know this man. You are walking towards him now at a pace that is hurried, while trying not to appear so. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all, and the question spins madly in your mind. Yeah, the environmental graphics in this game are really cool. You awaken to find your malaise has broken. That's how you say that, right? Malaise? You awaken to find your malaise is broken, only to be replaced with something far more concerning. Faint whispers are audible at the edge of your hearing, like a ringing in your ears that does not subside. Movement flirts through your periphery, but when you turn to look, you can see no sign of whatever it was. You find your gaze regularly darting this way and that, an involuntary paranoid tic. If this is a sickness, it may be dangerous to go without treatment for long. The figures at the machine stand frozen in place, flesh and blood replaced by cinders and ash. The man who led them is nowhere to be seen. Hayden and Kalisha lie bloody on the uneven cobbles, their bodies twisted unnaturally in death. You are alone and far from help. Gilded Veil may be your best hope of receiving treatment before things get worse. Okay. Rest in peace, F and chat for Kalisha and Hayden. They were the realest ones I knew, and the only ones I knew. We can level up. I think this character is probably going to want a mix of lore and athletics. Maybe some survival as well. Survival's really good for camp bonuses and stuff. Got 6 points. Put 2 of them there. 1 in lore. Yeah, we could go like that. That's fine. Yeah, honestly, rest in peace. Good characters. Okay, so this is where we get to level up our character. Every 2 levels we get a feat, basically, from D&D. Should do a BG3 stream. I actually have done BG3 streams in the past. They're available on the channel. They're available in a playlist that I have that contains all of my live streams that I've done. I would love to do another stream, though. Another Baldur's Gate stream at some point. Probably when not the DLC, when the big update 8 comes out. They died twisted up like Chrissy. Sucks to suck, I guess. Yeah, everyone should have at least 2 survival, I agree. Okay, so there's class features that we can get, or offensive features, defensive features, or utility features. I like Brilliant Radiance. Have I ever played Divinity Original Sin? Not the second one. No, I have not played Divinity Original Sin. Interdiction, I remember being pretty good as well. You can get 1 of these, I believe. Oh, that's kind of stupid. I don't like this ability here. The priest's ability to inspire becomes more than just a sum of his or her actions, negating reputations that negatively influence Holy Radiance. I don't like that. You hate Div 2? I actually, Div 2 is the only one that I have, but I've not played it before. Inspiring Radiance. I feel like the accuracy one's pretty good, actually. We'll go with that one. Oh, you can take all the upgrades for Radiance? Okay, I thought it was only one. Alright, we'll make our way to the Valewood, and then we'll try to make our way to Gilded Vale, which was the original place that our character was trying to get before the Beowick happened. For those who may have tuned in late, Radric, the Lord of Gilded Vale, has been offering basically free real estate to anyone who shows up in the town. Okay, I'm a little bit cautious. A little bit cautious to go any further here without just going straight into the city. So I think we'll fight the outlaw. Oh, they crit me for 2 damage? I think we'll be fine then. The thing about this game is that it has spell slots similar to D&D, so the reason I'm not using spells is because I don't want to be wasting those. Okay, that took way longer than it should have. Pretty good stuff, though. Oh, we can't even wear helmets, that's right. Sword versus the mace. And we'll keep the mace. You've returned? The game looks interesting. Awesome. Glad you're here. We basically just got out of the intro. Yeah, extraordinarily compelling combat. It will get better the more characters we get in our group.
You must be one of the new settlers. Welcome to Gilded Vale. You'll be pleased to know that we've had some recent vacancies here.
A man approaches you. His skin is dull and gray as the desolate village behind him. He scans you with sunken, lifeless eyes, his voice a dry croak. He glances at the gnarled, leafless monstrosity of a tree next to him. Okay, we'll say, do you welcome everyone this way? We want to stay within our, like, priestly reputation. So we'll say, yeah, we'll say, do you welcome everyone this way? Yeah, mega get the fuck out time, yeah. The only answer you hear is the buzzing of flies from the tree.
Of course, we'll need to make some inquiries first. The inestimable Lord Radric VII has taken great pains to insulate our town from Widewind's legacy. Have you ever sired a Hollowborn child?
We're actually godlike, so we can't sire any children. We're unable to reproduce. So we'll just tell him no.
Are you absolutely certain? Lord Radric has made it his first priority to eliminate this scourge from our village. I should warn you, stranger. Here in Gilded Vale, we have a special place for dissidents, charlatans, and those who would hide a curse in our midst.
He steps to the side and inclines his head ever so slightly toward the deformed tree.
His lordship's wife is with child and due any day now. Without his approval, I shan't be able to find you a permanent settlement. It will have to wait until after the birth. We can continue our interview then, after the bell tolls from Radric's hold to signal my lord's new heir. In the meantime, you can find temporary accommodations at the inn just southwest of here.
Okay. You said something about Hollowborn and Widewind's legacy before? He blinks. I forget that you foreigners do not have this curse in your homelands. The Hollowborn have been a scourge upon the Deerwood for almost 15 years now. He lowers his voice to a whisper. Children born without souls. He shakes his head. Pitiful, dumb things that breathe, barely, but do not truly live. Some say the Hollowborn are a disease. Some say they are a punishment from the gods. He raises his empty hands. In truth, no one I know. That doesn't make any sense. In truth, no one knows. But they began spreading after the Saints' War, and so the name Widewind's legacy stuck in honor of that foul, blasphemous pretender. His voice shakes with vitriol. Lord Radric's decrees may seem strict at times, but he has our best interests at heart. He nods. If you have any other questions, don't hesitate to ask. It's important that everyone in Gilded Vale understands our rules. I've been feeling strange ever since a close call with a Beowick. Is there someone in town who could help?
Whatever your problem, it sounds like a matter for an animancer. However, the only animancer in Gilded Vale isn't in any condition to speak. Consider yourself fortunate. After she failed Lord Radric, we saw to it that she wouldn't profit from the misplaced trust of others. A bad cure is often worse than none at all.
That's the dwarf hanging from the tree. That's the animancer.
But if you're set on finding a bottle of troll piss or a dead Audra pebble to rub on your forehead, you're welcome to check her pockets. A little corpse stink is nothing when you're digging for shit. My advice, however, is to be satisfied that you escaped and leave it at that.
Okay, before I got here, I saw several people conducting a strange ceremony near some ruins, by the way. He regards you carefully. You'll want to mind where you mention that. Trespassing on Angwithan ruins is illegal, not to mention dangerous. You probably saw someone attempting some new ritual to appease the gods. People will try anything these days. Beareth have mercy. We certainly have. Just as they finished their ritual, there was a Beowick. He polishes his spectacles on his sleeve. If you'd been that close to a Beowick, you wouldn't be standing here. Alright, see ya, Urgeet.
Keep out of...
Listen!
2 tolls. Let that be the last.
3. Gods have mercy.
It seems your arrival is ill-timed.
Urgeet looks out towards the east, his expression unreadable. He blinks slowly and turns his attention back to you.
3 bells toll only for the death of a Radric. I fear Lord Radric's heir is lost, or else Hollowborn, and so lost all the same. You should tread carefully. Circumstances have changed a great deal.
Does this affect the Lord's offer to new settlers? I can be sure of nothing right now. I advise you get some rest. The inn. Or a stable for all I care. Find me afterwards. I will know more soon enough. Okay, farewell. So, I love the intro to this game. I think it's super cool. Really gets you, it really helps you understand the world that you're getting into. Before we go down to the inn, I want to go double check some stuff around town. What if it's not the baby? Maybe Kolsch managed to... Shh! Are you mad? Leave it for indoors. Okay. By the way, there's all these... this game was Kickstarter funded. So all of these different characters, like you see this moon god like right here that looks a lot like us. This was a character that was created by a real person. And so you can reach out and sort of like pry into their soul and learn the backstory of these player-created characters by Kickstarter backers, which is really interesting. Okay. Adair.
Were you looking for someone in that tree? I could introduce you.
Looking for anyone who could help me feel better. He gives an understanding nod as he takes a long drag from his pipe. My condolences. He exhales and turns his attention away, watching the village around him. Implying that other characters weren't created by real people? Well, I mean, by Kickstarter backers, I think I said. Dareloth, you see 4 people gathered by the door to the inn. Their raised voices and chopping gestures suggest an argument reaching its climax. The first figure raises his hands for calm. His face is partially obscured by a hood, but his height and stature suggest an elf.
I meant no offense. Let's put this matter to rest over a round, shall we? My treat.
Hoping to soothe our pride with a few Adira coppers, eh? We don't need your coin.
I'm gonna say, what's going on? Angry townsman. One of the other men points at the hooded elf. His eyes are red from drink, but his gaze is focused. Mocking us even while he shelters in our village. Just goes to show you what these fancy Adir manners are worth. We don't take to that kind of treatment. Not from foreigners, and especially not from adherents.
Go on. Say it again. I'm itching for an excuse.
Why, you're itching for the kindling touch of your sister, you cocksfeather!
I'll cut that barrel-licking tongue out of your head.
This is a misunderstanding. I didn't say whatever it is you think I said. We've nigh quarrel.
Horror and shock paint themselves across the elven man's face in broad, hasty strokes. He frowns and swallows. He plants his feet. Something surly and raw flickers through his eyes. And that's when his voice changes again. He says, "We've nigh quarrel." Was that Matt Mercer? Yes, Dareloth is voiced by Matt Mercer.
That's where you're wrong.
I'm gonna say, this is unnecessary. Wouldn't you rather be inside drinking than out here arguing? We don't want your charity either, foreigner. They squint at you through red, bleary eyes. It sounds suspiciously like you're defending him. And we are being attacked. I don't know if we have any great AoEs. Yeah, there's single target stuff. I'll do this really quick.
Lavaru, beyond, seek!
Okay.
Stand to...
Certainly.
As the last of the attackers falls, the elf turns to you, the tension almost gone from his smooth face.
Not quite how I hoped to get to know the neighbors. Thank you for your timely assistance with that awkward situation.
I'm glad I could help.
Courtesy is a rare pleasure in these parts, though your accent suggests that you are no more local than I.
He straightens his hood, and you note the remains of fraying embroidery on his gloves. His boots are caked with the dirt of many months' travel, but the leatherwork beneath it is sturdy and fine.
Well, I suppose introductions are in order after that little fiasco. Aloth Corvusser, at your service.
Tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm a wizard by training, and an adventurer by necessity. I was born in the Seathwood, part of the mainland of the Adir Empire, and both of my parents served the nobility, which afforded me an education for which I am grateful. However, there were no open positions in those houses, and so I decided to seek new means in a new land. And how exactly did you come to be here?
I was traveling with a caravan, but we were separated near some ruins.
In Gwithan ruins? Oh, those can be dangerous places during the best of times, which these are not. And half the locals would arrest you for trespassing, and the rest would kill you outright. I'm curious, what exactly did you find there?
We'll be honest with him. There's no real need to lie to this guy. We'll say several hooded figures operating a strange machine. Dareloth goggles at you silently, apparently assessing your earnestness. Finally, he gives you a clipped, awkward laugh.
You do manage to find yourself in rather interesting predicaments.
What are you doing in Gilded Vale?
An excellent question. I came looking for fresh air and cheap land. Instead, the magistrate gave me directions to the inn and a story about the local lord's expectant wife. But I take it that's a familiar tale.
And you? Oh, and you? Like you said, I'm also a settler.
Indeed. In that case, welcome to Gilded Vale, a true refuge from civilization.
Okay, how'd you manage to cross those 3 drunks?
I'm afraid that was a matter of misunderstandings and mistranslations. It doesn't help that people in these parts remember their war with Adir like it was yesterday.
You did tell that one man to go fuck his sister. We'll say that one. Ah, that. As I tried to tell them, they misheard me. Happens all too easily after a few pints, and the accent doesn't help. I heard the same thing. For just a moment, he looks as if he's about to say something else. His expression brightens with mischief, but before he can speak, he forces a tight smile, biting his lips so hard you expect to see blood. Finally, his face relaxes, and he shakes his head. I should speak more clearly next time. My apologies. You don't exactly look like a settler, Mr. Dareloth.
Begging your pardon, but neither do you. Yet, circumstances can find a person in the strangest of places.
Well, okay. Fair enough. I should get going, though.
As should I, given recent events. It's just as well. I've had enough of the watered wine and lumpy beds at the inn. They say even the owner tired of the place. Just up and left one day. It explains quite a lot about the upkeep. Perhaps I could join you. I could use a change of scenery, and I find it's better to travel in numbers.
Yeah, so do I. Let's go, then.
Excellent. I shall follow you.
All right. We'll loot these dead drunk people. And
How may I
Dareloth,
help?
do we get to level him up, or does he come at whatever
here.
level we are? I feel like he comes at level 2. So cool. We've got our boys.
I'm here.
And we'll make our way to the inn.
Absolutely.
Tall, dark, and handsome elf. Looks like Sauron a bit.
Well met, friend.
Oh, greetings and welcome to the Blackhound Inn. The innkeeper bows her head curtly. Please sit where you like. Would you like a drink? Or a room? We have 2 available at the moment. I'm afraid we can't offer much by way of a good meal today. Unless you're fond of cold porridge. Yeah, I'd like a room. Of course, we keep them nice and tidy. Now, I usually just go for the common room because it doesn't cost anything to sleep. Your sleep is restless and fevered, assaulted by hisses and whispers, blanketed with a suffocating anxiety. You open your eyes to awaken and find yourself in front of Gilded Vale's gallows tree, the creaking of its ropes growing louder in your mind until the sound is deafening. Hanging from the tree is an old dwarf woman whose face has shriveled inward like moldering fruit. Her head hangs limply to one side. As you look at her, she looms larger and larger in your mind, until she is mere inches from your face. Suddenly, her head snaps up and her eyes open, and they are empty and behind them is a vast nothingness that makes your stomach drop. Her mouth slowly parts, and with a gust of rancid air, she speaks a word. Watcher. You jolt awake, the foul smell of the dwarf woman's breath still permeating your nostrils. Sweat runs down your face in thick droplets, and your skin is soaked from head to toe. You remember the woman. You remember seeing her decaying face when you spoke with the magistrate. He called her an animancer. Though it fills you with a new, queasy apprehension, you feel a strange compulsion to see this woman once more, if only to confirm she is truly dead. Alrighty. Guess you have auto level enabled? Oh, is that a thing? Where would that be? Controls? Oh, auto level companions. Yeah, we'll turn that off. Don't want that. That all seems fine. Alright, let's go check to see if this dwarf woman is alive. The squat, distended body of an elderly dwarf woman dangles from a thin, crooked bough that sags at the tug of her noose. The bloated purple flesh of her neck, worn away in patches like moth-eaten linen, bulges over the rope that suspends her, and her lifeless head lolls forward, rigidly, from one side to the other, when the breeze shifts. You perceive a faint glow around her that casts no light on its surroundings, but there's a tepid warmth to it, and you feel somehow that you could reach out and touch it. Not with your hands, but with some aspect of yourself that has no worldly dimension. Okay, we're going to reach out for the woman. You take a deep breath, clearing your mind, focusing on your objective. As you exhale, you feel yourself spreading out toward the hanging woman, perceiving all that lies between you and her with new, unfamiliar awareness. Once you have expanded enough to reach her, there is a sudden jolt to your mind, a ringing, electric surge of images and words and sounds. Involuntarily, you shut your eyes and feel yourself being pulled down to some deeper consciousness in a space occupied only by you and the hanging woman. And when you open them again, she is staring at you with eyes clouded in a milky fog, her body still swaying in a wind you no longer feel from a tree that stands planted in a misty wood. The woman gives you a slow nod of her head, the rope creaking as she does so, and she smiles at you.
Have you come here for me, dear, or have you gotten lost? Ah, it is both, I think. Yes?
Am I imagining this?
No, I think not. A pity that. It would be simpler. A mercy, even. To not have to wander anymore, no? Alas, we are here, you and I, wherever here may be.
Sorry, had to sneeze. How are you able to speak to me?
Is that what we're doing? Perhaps it just seems that way. Perhaps it is the easiest way for your mind to make sense of it. I think it is a very good choice.
I know in Pillars 2 the whole cast of Critical Role is in this game, but I don't think all of the cast of Critical Role are in this game. So I don't know if this is Laura Bailey or not. And I'm also not sure of that. I need to understand something that's happened to me. She nods, a look of pity on her face, as though consoling a child.
The world looks a little different than it used to, is that it? Feels like you're noticing things for the first time that have always been there. You have seen past the shroud. It only takes an instant. Your soul remembers, yes? Remembers how it sees when it leaves the body, like being reminded of a dream you had forgotten. You are a watcher now, and a watcher you will stay.
What's a watcher?
What indeed? Long hours have many animancers spent studying such things. Not I, though. Not I. I'll tell you what I know, though, since fair is fair, and here we are visiting, you and I, and it reminds me of better times. Souls pass on, some say through Audra stones, which are the blood veins of the world. They leave the world for a time and are reborn into it, sometimes more than they were before, but usually less and seldom the same. For all souls there is a time where they do not live, yet have not passed on, And those souls roam the world, same as you or I, either leaving or lost. But no one sees them because they have forgotten how. A watcher sees, though, knows what to look for. And sometimes they know a person just by looking at them, know where they've been in ages past when their bodies were other bodies. See memories even their owner can't recall. A wonder to behold when all goes well. A wonder!
What did you mean when all goes well?
Oh, nothing to be afraid of, I'm sure. It's just much to take in for some. Sometimes there's trouble sleeping or other difficulties.
She smiles at you reassuringly, fanning out a tuft of long whiskers that sprouts from one of her cheeks.
You should see old Merwald. He could tell you much more than I. A watcher just like you. Helped many in his day. Took up in an old keep no one would claim. Not far, not far. Kadnua, beyond the Black Meadow. He will welcome the company.
I think I survived at Beowick. Do you know why that would be?
Did you now, dear? My, that would be something, wouldn't it? Could be luck, could certainly be. A storm can be a careless thing. Or maybe it got its hands around your soul but couldn't pick it up. A soul can be heavy if it stayed in one piece through its time. Strong souls, we call them in the trade. Cold, I mean. Called them. Those days are all behind me, no?
You said souls break apart over time?
Oh, yes. Entropy. Rimagan's work. We know little of why or how. We lose pieces of ourselves when we die and pick up pieces of others when we are born again, but less than what we lost. We tried to stop it with the animantic sciences, but with little success. A very small few resist Rimergan's influence and stay together through some force of defiance, at least for a time. But they all succumb eventually, I think.
I want to know something about you.
Me? I'll bore you to tears, though.
Who are you?
And here I thought you'd come to visit me in particular. Caldara de Baranzi, of the Valian Royal Academy of Animantic Sciences. Not the greatest of their number, but I came here all the same because this was where help was needed.
What happened to you? She laughs, a rasping, choked cackle. Oh my god, can't speak. She laughs, a rasping, choked cackle escaping between rows of buttery yellow teeth, causing her body to bob up and down with each spasm. Seeing your blank expression, she catches herself.
Oh, come now. Such a question. As though the answer were plain as a rope tied for strangling. Allow an old dwarf her last bit of cheer. Well, I came where I was needed, didn't I? Offered my services to Lord Radric for a pittance. A humble pittance. I was to examine the Lord's wife, see why the gods have seen fit to poison her womb. Studied her for months, looked high and low for impurities, tested her valence, the permeability of her essence. Do you know what I found?
Tell me.
Nothing at all. A healthy woman, head to toe, blessed with a beautiful soul. Such a sweet woman, too. Meek, but warm-hearted. A few months' time, and the lord of the house demanded answers. For a time, I told him what he wanted to hear. Oh, yes, my lord. She is riddled with imbalances. I must have time to cure her. As the birth drew near, he grew impatient, as lords do. And this is where I've ended up.
Damn. Poor Caldara de Barenzi. Yeah, comparing her teeth to butter. It's pretty gross. It's pretty gross. There's a lot of descriptions in this game that are like, ew. What's an animancer, by the way?
A student of the soul. Something so basic, yet so poorly understood. But so many breakthroughs have been made in my lifetime. Had been made. Had been. To hear the locals tell it, we're a gang of soul manglers that preys upon the weak-minded. And the worst of us are. But the best of us? The best? Inspirations, miracle workers. My parents were soul twins. Miserable before they met, empty inside. It was an animancer who helped one find the other. Turned their lives around. You wouldn't believe the stories. Amnesiacs helped to remember their lives. The suicidal brought back from the brink of oblivion. The elderly afforded extra moments to say their goodbyes. How soon we forget when we're afraid. It's a fascinating science. A fascinating time to be alive in a place like Deerwood that does not control the research, no? I love the Valian Republics for many things, but their recent caution will leave them behind, I fear.
Okay, I think that's all we're going to talk to her about. Farewell.
Goodbye, my dear. It was lovely visiting.
Now, this Valian dwarf reminds me. Another thing I like about Pillars is that cultures here can include more than one race, which is less visible in Tess. Not without reason, but still. Yeah, I like that she's a dwarf from the Valian Republic. It's not so much about her race, it's about her culture and background. Okay, Hedora was granted Crucible of the Soul. Aloth looks at you through narrowed eyes. Are you alright? You seemed lost just now. Well, I'm a watcher. His arched eyebrows recede into his hood. Well, that is interesting. He gives you a sly grin. And I expect this has something to do with the hooded figures in the ruins, In any case, I appreciate your honesty. Since we're traveling together, it's probably wise for us to share these things. Do you know anything about Watchers? Only that they're rare and that they seem to have unique insights into certain soul conditions. As you just demonstrated. Well, let's continue on. Okay.
17 and a half.
Oh, 17 and a half. What are you talking about, partner? The smell of pipe smoke, at once earthly and sweet, winds its way into your nostrils. Your eyes trace the smoke to its origins, where you find a broad man with straw-colored hair leaning against a mossy rock wall, his pipe held to his lips with one meaty hand. He looks you directly in the eye, but the look is not aggressive. He regards you with a peculiar smirk.
17 and a half. Well, could be 18, depending on how you count the dwarf woman.
What are you talking about?
The people hanging from the tree. 18 of them. Well, last I counted, anyway.
Aloth frowns. Is that what you people do for fun around here?
Name's Adair. Though to the people around here, might as well be 19. Don't think I'd put you much higher than 22, 23 tops. You look like the sort that likes to get involved.
What was that about a dwarf?
The dwarf woman. You were trying to figure out whether to count her as a full person. I think you oughta.
You're trying to figure out whether to count her as a full person is one of my favorite lines in this game. What makes you think I was interested in the dwarf woman? He looks at you a moment, his brow arched. His smirk broadens.
I was smoking over here, saw you staring at her. Twice I refilled my pipe. You never so much as blinked. Your mouth was so slack I took you for a Radric at first.
Do you know what a watcher is?
Careful, friend. Best not use that word round here. Could be any number of Radric bootlickers within earshot. Ciphers, animancers, watchers. Same thing in the eyes of folks around here, Radric especially. They come through these parts all the time with their cures, preying on the desperate. None of them are who they claim to be. course, seeing you with that funny look, I'd be halfway inclined to believe you were having some kind of communion with that dwarf. Either case, maybe I'm not 19 after all. No offense.
You think you're going to be hanged?
The town's had it in for me for a long time now. Only fellow who ever stuck up for me, well, he's number 18 up there. My headman on the farm. Used to be my captain during the war.
The war? Saints' War. Only one in my lifetime. Fella decides he's the living incarnation of Aethys. Overthrows Raid Saris. Marches on Deerwood. So we gave him a Deerwooden hello. What's a Deerwooden hello?
We blew him up.
We blew him up. He smiles at this, but it is the smile of one recounting a joke for effect rather than enjoyment. We're not going to ask who Aethys is because we are an Aethys worshipping priest. It's kind of odd that that's not included here. Why was your headman hanged? Got involved. Radric sent men down here the other day. Said they had it on good authority someone in town was working with Kolsch, plotting Radric's overthrow. Said if he didn't come forward right then and there, they'd hang every last one of us. No one was coming forward. So Swithin, that's my headman, he steps up and says it's him. They took him at his word. He sighs and shakes his head, his eyes fixed on the tree. Bound to happen sooner or later. If not for plotting against Radric, then for protecting me. So what does your town have against you?
Pick the wrong god. That's what it comes down to. Used to be a lot of Aethys worshippers in Gilded Vale. That mess of rocks over there, that was a temple to him, to give you some idea. Then one day, somebody named Widewind shows up on Deerwood's doorstep. Says he's the living flesh of Aethys. Got an army with him. Suddenly, Aethys isn't so popular in these parts. My brother Woden and me, neither of us believed it. No way was that Aethys. He enlisted, then I did too. But, he didn't make it back. After the war, people took to punishing Aethys worshippers, accusing them of treason. Got real ugly, especially after the legacy started. Folks needed someone to blame. I was safe because I fought, but then this rumor starts that my brother, that he was on the wrong side. And I wasn't so safe anymore. Until my headman stepped in and said they'd have to hang him to get to me. Seems that's no longer a concern. Of course, the townies don't do the hanging these days, but when Radric's men come, they got no problem doing the pointing.
Aloth glances at you and lowers his voice. You can see why I was eager to leave. Who's Kolsch? Someone who got tired of all the hangings. He's on the run now. Probably will be till they catch him. If you're next to be hanged, what are you still doing here? Oh, oops. If you're next to be hanged, what are you still doing here? He gives a half smile. Drinking, mostly. Point of fact, I'm on my way out. Just haven't figured where I'm going yet. Not a whole lot of places out there that don't think Widewind's legacy started with Widewind. We could travel together? Where are you headed? Some place called Cad Nua. There's an old watcher there who might be able to help me.
Seem to remember hearing something about that years ago. He tamed that place. People would seek him out for all kinds of things. Troubles of the soul, questions for the departed. Of course, that was back when you didn't have to say watcher with a hush on your breath. A man such as that, there'd be things I'd want to ask him. Don't know why I never thought of it before. Not sure how I feel about setting out with a stranger, and a strange one at that. But, truth be told, you might be the only one in town who wouldn't feel some relief seeing me swing from that tree.
There's a fine reason if I ever heard one.
All right, then. Guess I'll do some sightseeing. Long as you're not the one picking the sights.
He tilts his head forward and gives you a pointed look. Alright, let's get going. We're going to head on out with our boys. We're going to do another level up here. I feel like athletics is good to pump up because we're going to be on the front lines, I think. And leveling up at odd levels in this game is not really that interesting, because you just put points into your abilities, so... Yeah. Dareloth, we'll give him a little bit of lore. I think a lot of people do mechanics for Dareloth as well. We might want to invest some mechanics into him. I don't know, or we'll just save the point for later. And then choosing spells here, so I don't know what other people like to use on their Pillars runs. But I'm a big fan of... What is it? I don't think it's Console Hots. Maybe it's Console Hots. This is an AoE? I feel like Binding Web is actually pretty good. I did Necrotic Lance on my last playthrough, I think. Bewildering Spectacle seems good as well. Is this only on... Okay, that one's only on enemies, so we'll do that, and then we'll give him... We'll give him Rolling Fire. I actually like Rolling Fire. It's fun. Yeah, they blew him up. Okay, and then our boy Adair here. Confusing your enemies is so good on Path of the Damned. Yeah, I could imagine. We want athletics and survival for our boy here. And I don't know how I want to build Adair on this. So Adair's a fighter. And I usually build him as just like a tank. Hold the lines is pretty good because it allows him to engage someone else. You can pretend you don't know who Aethys is so they don't suspect you're a worshipper. That's a good point too. Confuse the Lagu Faith Matriarch. She just solos her brood. Nice. Equipped shields deflection bonuses are increased and grant an equal bonus to the character's reflex. How's it going, Judge Dredd? I think we'll do weapon and shield style. We'll just kind of commit to Adair being... Well, maybe we could be defensive. I don't know. I don't know. Because we could have Adair be a frontliner. You know, rapid recovery is never bad, so we'll do rapid recovery. And then we'll do more athletics. And... Confident aim seems good. Yeah, that's fine. I kind of want to play Adair as more damaging. So I usually don't do that. He's usually my tank. I suppose we should look at his stats, though, shouldn't we? Yeah, he's got 16 might and 16 con, so I feel like you can build him as either a tank or a or offense. Okay. So yeah, benevolent and honest. Those are the two things that we should do. There is a way also in the, I think it's in difficulty. Show, where is it? Yeah, show personality / reputation. We might want that on. Just so that way we can stick to our priestly like nature a little bit better. And I don't know if we would have picked up a reputation at all yet. I don't think that we have. Yeah, Fedora reputation's none, so we don't have anything going on. I do want to do a quick save because we can go down here to Magrin's Fork. Yeah, we'll just take on this wolf. Should be easy enough. We've been knocked down. Okay. I will tell you guys, combat is like probably my least favorite part of this game. I find the game much more interesting. Oh, Maybe we don't want to go down to Magrin's Fork. But I want to find our boy. Young boar and boar. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of boars. Okay, I'm gonna have to actually be a little bit tactical about this.
I'm here.
It's like center of the map. Yeah, I don't want to run into that ambush though. I think there's an ambush.
Beyond. Seek.
Ooh, is Dareloth in front? Nice. Okay, Dareloth is accidentally in front here, so that's not very good.
I'm here.
Oh, damn it, taxed my. We gotta
Yeah,
take
he's
better
down.
care of Dareloth.
Okay, cool. Sorry, Dareloth, my bad.
Yes?
Is he up here?
Saw you in the flames.
There he is. Okay, cool. Squatting at the base of this statue is an incredibly ugly man, with bulging red cheeks, raked by pox scars, and a scraggly beard. He is sweating, as if he has a fever, but his breathing is measured and steady, like a slow push of a blacksmith's bellows. But the comparison feels strange and unwelcome. The next comparison, possibly sparked by his grin, is that of a bear trap. And then, out of nowhere, there is the hint of alchemical fire that fades almost as soon as you identify the smell.
Come to pray at the statue?
The question mark is barely there. As the man makes the statement, the statue takes on a reddish cast, as if one is holding a torch to it, then slowly blossoms into waving flames. The man doesn't turn as the statue blossoms into fire.
The others are welcome, but it's best if just you and I trade words, and your shadows stay quiet. Hands off their weapons, both arcane and steel. It's only you I want to trade words with anyway.
Okay.
I swear before the whore that is Magrin, no harm will come to you in her shadow, if that's enough of a promise for you. If not...
A staff rests easily in his hand. It wasn't there a moment ago. We'll study the man. The sudden weaving flames from the statue of Magrin cast more light on his features. The man's robes are dirty, stained with grease and other marks of the road. The hems of his robe, including the sleeves, are burned at the edges, as if he walked a great distance across a fire, then reached into the flames with his hands to pull something out. You're getting surprisingly tired? Think you're going to go to bed? Have a good night? Yep, peace out. Yeah, have you heard of our Lord Aethys versus have you heard of the whore that is Magrin? Yeah. Honestly, though, Magrin worshippers, well, really just Durance is something else. But while his hands are thick and callous, they bear no burn or scorch marks. We'll examine we'll focus our gaze on the staff. The staff looks thick, stout, and blackened ash once burned by a terrible fire. Beneath the ash, the lines in the wood bear shapes and patterns, and there is a certainty the staff was once something far more dangerous. But not now. As you study it deeper, it shimmers slightly in your eyes, like water catching the light weaving across a statue. Whatever power was bled from the staff, it doesn't make it, or the wielder, any less dangerous. You look up to see a man watching you studying the staff. As his gaze meets yours, he nods with a humorless smile. Okay, I didn't catch your name, or why you want to speak with me.
I didn't give it. You probably find names as useless as I do. The names that litter this world like debris are hard enough to wrap around the tongue. And what do they matter? It's what's beneath the skin and the letters I care about. what burns within. It's more important to me you're a watcher than whatever culture or accent decorates your letters like awkward crowns. Take pride in your actions, not where you hail from, or how your name rolls off whatever liar's tongue coats it now.
Why did he call his god a whore? Durance worships his god in a very interesting way.
If you need a title to hang on me to match your own, Watcher, then call me Durance. And as you observe souls, I test them.
How did you know I was a watcher? Durance shakes his head, and his hand curls tightly on his staff.
I can see the questions bubbling up. Let's burn them away, one by one.
I am a missionary. I walk this diseased nation with its heathen, its people so careless with the spirits of others and their own, watchers among them. Yes, I know you for what you are, and your name doesn't interest me. Names are for honest folk, and you are a crack that shines light from another place. We're meant to travel together, you and I. Saw you in the flames. Not your face, but that soul of yours. All tightened up like a huntsman's knot.
You saw my soul in the flames?
There's things we can teach each other, if you're in need of answers to your mantle of questions. I don't force my words on anyone other than you. I don't care who walks with you or what their mewling problems and politics are. There's enough howling in the world without me stoking that fire. I won't take from your provisions, don't need much on the road. I can carry my weight, which is considerable. Many will stand against you. They probably already have, from what I can see. Left their marks, it seems. Like a trail, worming its way behind you.
What kind of marks?
Disease? Spirit wind? Both could have touched you, yet here you stand.
True. He's right. How'd he know that? I don't know.
As for disease, not all of us were close to water when the pox hit, but it's no longer a passenger in my flesh. It left its marks as well. But like flames, the pox doesn't strike twice, nor is it catching.
Yeah, Durance jokes about his staff. Number 1. If your stone mistress there allows it, then come on.
Her? Don't fear her jealousy. Let us see what the road holds, Watcher.
Durance glances at the statue, then gives a low chuckle. His chuckle dies into a smile. A genuine one. Alright, Durance is now in our party. He's a priest of Magrin. We'll give him survival and lore. And whereas I put in, I think, what did I do? Inspired Flame? I think we're going to do Brilliant Radiance for him. Because this adds burn damage, and that just feels appropriate for him. Just feels really appropriate. Next level. A little bit more lore. We're going to have a lot of lore heads in our party. Okay.
I'm here.
So far, this is our group. Unlike Baldur's Gate 3, you can actually have 6 people in your group in this game. I'm going to want to frontline with Adair, and then Durance is shit. So I usually keep him in the back. What are his stats again? Durance always falls down in every combat that I have him in. Yeah, Durance has, really weird stats. He's got 18 resolve. But he's terribly slow. And he's kind of inaccurate. And he doesn't have that much health or might. So he's going to stay in the back. We do need to give him a ranged option, though. He does have a ranged option. That's good. Honestly, I might take his quarterstaff. I might take his quarterstaff. Or maybe even... Maybe even Adair takes the quarterstaff. He has the crazy eyes? Yeah, his eyes are actually an emote on Steam that you can get with points. Let's give Let's give Adair the staff. He can do 17 to 24 with it, and then we'll be more of a frontliner. He might get pissed off if he realizes we worship Aethys. I think he's not very fond of Aethys worshippers. Okay. I think we'll be good here. And then Adair's armor we could maybe take. DR is 7 on that. Well, our armor's actually a little bit better. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's any other easy companion we can pick up in the early game here. I don't necessarily think there is. Because we'd have to get to Cad Nua to get to Deerford. Which would be where our next one I can think of is. So, and then there's one in Andra's Gift we can go get. Yeah, I think we're good so far, though. This will be a good group. We can do some stuff in, up in Gilded Vale. You can get to Cad Nua to get Kana, but going further requires completing Oh, yeah, true. We could just go do that, couldn't we? I totally forgot about him. Let's go do that. That way the game will be a lot easier with a party of 5. Immediately. Okay, we'll go to Magrin's Fork. And we'll just head east here. Now that we're in the fork. West to Gilded Vale, south to Onslaugh's Compass, east to Black Meadow. We want to go to... Or no. Let me remember the map really quick. Yeah, we want to go east, Black Meadow, and then again east to Cad Nua. Could also investigate here really quick. Oh, he's not in here. Okay. When you guys play like any kind of role-playing game, what's like your go-to class that you like to play? You guys more like fighter type guys or spellcasters? What do you guys like to play? I think we can take on a forest troll.
I'm here. Labyrinth beyond. Seek.
Okay, Durance. Buddy, I gave you... Here, back away. I gave you the wand for a reason.
Yes?
That's it!
Oh, wow. Damn, Adair's doing crazy damage with that thing. Glad we found Durance.
At once.
I also noticed the music was still kind of loud, so I'm going to drop it down a little bit.
Aye? Yes?
Field mice scatter, crawling beneath the beast's teeth. So this is PoE? Yes, sir. Depends on what I'm feeling at the time. I play a little bit of everything. My favorite is probably Archer, though. It's cliche. I don't think being an Archer is cliche. When you first played BG3, you made a Wild Magic Sorcerer and added Ranger levels. So what I do often becomes a form of Spell Sword. My first character was a Warlock. Just off the side of the path into Cad Nua stands an imposing figure. A tall, thick-set Almawa clad in worn armor and peering up at the outer walls of the keep. In his hand is a small piece of charcoal, and it works feverishly at taking notes upon a small scrap of paper. More than once, he has to reach up to prevent his colorful cap from falling off his head as he gazes upward. What are you doing over there? The man looks over at you, blinking in surprise. His face splits in a wide and very toothy grin, and he waves the parchment in greeting. Killing time, if I'm honest. I've already walked the perimeter twice. There are names scratched upon some of the bricks just there. Workers and masons, I expect, carving a little immortality for themselves. He looks up at the wall again, expression fond. It's a fine keep, Cadnua. 2 centuries to its name, and abandoned for nearly as long.
But the truly interesting part is in there, and I haven't had much luck in reaching the keep itself. I hoped to find the master of this place, a man by the name of Meerwald, but it seems that he either holds his privacy most dear, or else has been devoured by his house guests.
What do you want from Meerwald?
Knowledge. Or, to be less clever about it, a certain text. I've come in search of a great treasure, you see. Not gold or silver, but the Tanvi Oratoa. You might call it the Book of Virtues. It's a sacred text of Rauatai, but we possess only a small fragment of it.
Okay. A year I've journeyed in search of the rest, and I found evidence suggesting that the original lies there, beneath the keep. I want to ask Meerwald if he knows it. And you, my friend, why are you here? If I learned anything from D&D, it's that nice people are evil and rude people are good as fuck. That Kana dude is evil as fuck. Apparently I'm something called a Watcher, and Meerwald can tell me what that means.
A Watcher? Oh, you've spoken with spirits? There are many questions I would ask if I could do the same.
And because we're from Rauatai, we have this background option. Maybe we can help one another. The grounds are infested with all manner of beasts. I've never seen the like, and I didn't want to risk it alone. But 2 sons of Rauatai, together, I'm sure we can manage it. And then we can both ask our questions of Meerwald. Yeah, let's go meet Meerwald then.
Excellent. Lead on, my friend, and I will be at your heels. Ah, wait. Speaking of that, I ought to warn you first. Wondrous teeth, I nearly forgot. I have, at times, been followed. It began in Adir, and in Exometal they attacked outright. I believe they do not wish for me to find what I am looking for. I say believe, but I have been told as much by one of my would-be assassins. I pay them little mind. Humorless sorts in long robes. But it's why I bought the sword, you see. And it's only fair that you should know.
I'll keep an eye out. Let's be on our way.
I'm glad you're not discouraged. Come then. Who knows what we will find inside?
And then we're going to do, well, we'll level him up. He's a chanter, so he's another kind of support class. I think somebody needs to have mechanics, so I'm going to give him some mechanics. Especially since lore isn't all that useful. It's useful in, like, dialogue sometimes, but it's for casting scrolls. So, I believe the summons are good, right? White worms writhed in the bellies of the dead. Oh, causes a nearby downed enemy to explode. That's different. That's not a summon. Phantom is MVP. Calls beyond the shroud and summons a phantom. Okay, yeah, okay, there's the summon. Invokes a primal energy, causing allies within range to benefit from constant endurance regen while chanter is chanting. Yeah, I think that's a good one. We'll take that. And this is going to be one of our phrases. I like the come, come, soft winds of death. We might build Kana to be close range too. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We also might not have Durance in our party, which is a shame. But I'm trying to think of how this party is going to be structured. For now, we'll have Kana in the middle, because I don't know quite what to do with him. He does have this really nice S-stock. Wow, that is really nice. When we were talking about weapon sets, by the way, so you'll notice here, I have 2 weapon sets. So in combat, I can swap between either my my first weapon set or my second. Kanarua, because he's an islander, Aumaua, he has 3 weapon sets that he can swap between. So that's all that means. He can basically have 3 weapon sets prepared at one time. Yeah, the S-stock. I mean, it's two-handed, so I guess it's not really going to be all that good. Change his armor, he has like the heaviest armor. Yeah, he has like the heaviest armor. Oh my god, he's ripped. Oh no, he's hot. And then... yeah, we'll get him like some medium armor, I guess. That looks good. That's probably better. I don't know. We might have him be melee, though. Could be kind of fun. Because I like the chance that he has. We also should look...
following your lead.
Yeah, following your lead. The March of the Kamoa. What is this chant? At the sights, their hearts grew bold. Yeah, we need to build a new chant for him, I think. Increases movement rate of reflex of all allies within. I kind of want... something like that. We'll call... oh, chant 2 should be called... the 2 brothers of Rawatai. Cool.
Right away.
Right away.
Yes?
Okay, we got some stuff we can do back in Valewood, actually. So we'll go do that. I'm just going to level up a little bit with our party of...
at once.
5 monsters. We'll go this way first. Now, I've done probably 3 or 4 playthroughs of this game, but I don't remember where everything is, so... okay, Tenfrith. The young dwarf tending to the stew looks up, startled, as he sees you approach. He drops his ladle, spattering stew across the ground. What? Or, oh, this is the bandit. What? The bandit turns. Get him, you dogs, and make sure our new cook don't run off. Help. Oh, please, help. Ah! One of the bandits gives Tenfrith a kick in the ass as they pass him. Oh, no, I've read pass. A kick as they pass him, and he huddles. A kick in the ass I like more, though. Okay, so
What?
Durance is going to be... he's going to bless everybody. And then we'll get going. We want everybody to be involved here. And Kana, I think we are going to have Kana Rua be on his second weapon set. Easy. We'll have the boys go up here. And we'll have these two fighting in the back. Easy. Easiest game I've ever played. We got a cape. Very important to have a cape.
Indeed.
I'm here.
Good day to you.
By the flames, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I thought I'd be stuck cooking for these ignorant weasels for the rest of my life. Or until they were bored with me, I suppose. I must get back home. I only hope they haven't hired a replacement. The dwarf looks aghast. Please, next time you're in Gilded Vale, stop by the Black Hound Inn. I'll let Pashka know just what you've done for me, and I'm sure she'll do right by you in turn. Oh, to be back in my oven again.
Quietly now.
Ooh, we got a scepter.
I'd be glad to.
What's the hotkey for
I'm here.
controlling everybody in your group? It's not the same that I remembered.
Crave thou Philon dearly. following your lead.
For a lot of these kind of trash mobs, we really don't even need to
Absolutely.
use any spells. Always just use mouse for it? Okay. These aged walls appear to have once encircled this entire glade. Only a small fragment remains, and the stairs leading to the top of the structure have crumbled away. Let's scale the wall. I'm going to ask Adair to climb up. The crumbling wall is of a considerable height, even now, and its uneven surface promises a difficult climb. Actually, I'm just going to climb up myself. You find a handhold upon one of the large stones and start to pull yourself up. The bricks are slick with moss and sit at strange angles, but you make your way up steadily. You make your way steadily up the crumbling ruins. Once there, you are able to help the rest of your company up and over the side. Okay, we got some gloves. Fulvano's gloves, as a matter of fact. Let's read the scrawled letter. I do not think you will ever see this, but you were right, Fulvano. We should have journeyed south together, and been safer for it. I would tolerate all the gloating in the world if I might live to hear it. I put myself out of reach of the beasts circling now, below, but I'm done for all the same. I do not think I will rise again. Whoever finds this, pray for me. Perhaps in the next life I shall be a trapper of wolves. Okay. Climb down. I think we could make it a little bit further without resting. And lots of camp supplies, holy shit. We should put those gloves of Fulvano on somebody, by the way. So those will give somebody +2 to dexterity. I mean, I kind of want them. I'm going to put them on. This will let us complete actions faster. Maybe Adair actually could use the dex bonus. We'll give him the gloves. We have earned a reputation also. What's our new reputation? Oh, it said that we gained a reputation. Oh, we gained a reputation with the Deerwood, right? Or with Gilded Vale. Yeah, we're an ally of Gilded Vale. But we don't have a personality reputation yet. Oh, just rest and take the camp supplies? That's fair. That's actually fair. Heal multiplier, heal multiplier. I'll do damage reduction for me.
I shall be discreet.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not.
Which is not calm. Not the bears. I'd imagine these bears are hard on Path of the Damned. Let's go bless everybody. I actually haven't used my my Holy Radiance yet.
I'm here.
Lost Spirit. A figure drifts, suspended in the musty air of the cavern. Its form and features blur and twist in cascading ripples of incandescence. You feel its energy eddying about your limbs, filling them with a heavy chill. You reach out a hand for the spirit. In the moment of contact, you feel as if you've been struck a blow, head reeling as you tumble, helplessly, into a waiting darkness. Light blooms at the edges of your vision. You feel the sun at your back and the weight of a bow in your hand. You know suddenly that you have come a long way from the Vale, hunting deer. Now you are standing before a cavern, and the darkness extends far into its depths. Even so, your friend strides out before you, his red cloak flapping at his heels. You follow, heart hammering in your chest, as he leads you deeper into the cave. There is a roar like thunder echoing around you. Fear seizes you, casts you stumbling back towards the exit, towards light and escape. You see a glint of steel, and there is a sudden, terrible flash of agony behind your knee. You scream, stumble, fall. Your thoughts are chaos, lanced through with pain. But in a moment of terrible clarity, you see your friend look back from the mouth of the cavern, his dagger daubed in crimson to match his cloak. And then, there is a great dark shape above you. And then, there is more pain. The vision recedes, and you are thrown back into yourself with seemingly resentful force. The corpse lies at your feet, and the specter lingers. In the span of energy between you both, you feel a sense of questioning, or of confusion, of anger. Say, be at rest, spirit, may you be blessed with greater fortune in the next life. The spirit roils with thwarted anger and grief. Sorrow seems to seep into the very air of the cavern. The spirit dims and fades until you are alone once more.
Are you feeling unwell? You were behaving a little oddly.
I'm a watcher. Is that what that was? When you told me, I didn't really think about what it would look like. Did it hurt? Kana frowns. It seemed to take you over completely. It just happens from time to time. You bear it well, but I wonder if it wouldn't be best to have someone take a look at you. There must be some way to diminish the effects. Let's move on. Okay. Got ourselves a pike.
I'm here.
I want the whole gang to be here. Because, yeah, there we go. Grab that. And that. And then we'll be off. And I think we can make our way to Onslaugh's compass. Oh, that's down at Magrin's Fork. Never mind.
Keeping an eye out.
Where'd the guy go? Does he, like, run away once you... Well, we'll find him. Yeah, that sucks. That sounds terrible, having to fight two bears in there at once. Child. Papa says the temple is cursed. This Almao man is of an impressive build, towering above the countertop. His skin is the dusky blue of the deeper oceans, and his thick arms boast corded muscles. Small ears frame a square-jawed face coated in smeared soot and arching black tattoos alike. He offers you a broad smile as you approach. Welcome. You're the first new face I've seen in quite some time. What can I do for you? Is this your shop? That it is. Been here near on 20 years now. Seen all manner of things over the years. Good luck and bad. Tuatanu glances at the guard standing watch along the wall, but the Black Hammer smithery remains. Well, what do you do here? You come to us at a strange time, I'm afraid. The stock's not what it used to be, but we find weapons and armor to offer yet. All forged right here at the Black Hammer. We just don't have the supplies. Been expecting the next delivery for near on a week now and haven't seen a sign of it. Have to expect they were hit by bandits. The road out east is crawling with them. Or my workers ran off with a wagon themselves, maybe, to make some coin. As if that lot would dare. He's right about the bandits. The dire situations in villages like this and the exodus to the cities has created far too many opportunities for unscrupulous sorts. Tuatanu scratches his jaw, thinking. If you happen to be headed that way, maybe you could keep an eye out for a supply wagon. Or my shipment, at least. They'd be cutting through the Black Meadow, I expect. Only good road for it. As it is, most of our weapons go to His Grace Lord Radric. Tuatanu glances at the nearby guard. And that's as it should be. But it doesn't leave much for outsiders. We don't have the iron. Well, we'll find the supplies. Then you have my thanks. You bring those supplies back and I'll have plenty more to offer you. A discount to start. Oh, and if you find my workers, tell them to hurry it up or they can take up farming instead. So we got to go to the Black Meadow. We're just picking up quests along the way. Grab a drink, friend. Not much else worth in this town. Says the woman from Thane. Hey, we said we wouldn't mention Thane. Oh, thought there was more to that conversation.
I can do that. As requested.
Thanks, Kana. Yeah, I was going to talk to them eventually. I'm looking for the guy that, that's related to the bear quest. We'll pet the dog. Because usually he's standing by that cart. And I thought he might have wound up here. Ah, it's you, my savior. He makes a sweeping gesture to indicate the kitchen around you. It's so good to be back. Do not think I will let this go unrewarded. I've decided that you've earned the right to learn one of my most closely guarded secrets, my dearest recipe. After this, you will eat nothing else. A savory pie to keep you hale and hearty. May it serve you well in your travels. All right, cool.
Greetings.
Hello and welcome to the... Oh, it's you. Tenfrith told us what you did for him. It's such a relief to have him back. I can't thank you enough. Consider yourself a favorite of the house. Discounts on drinks, rooms. Tenfrith said he wants to whip up something nice for you. He's already back to work in the kitchen. So, what would you like? Yeah. All good there? Okay, yeah. If he's just in one of the homes, then we'll find him. We also need to go into this home, very important. I actually missed this house entirely on my first playthrough. Okay, this is Offra. A dear wooden woman is standing in front of the fireplace, humming a quiet tune to herself, or perhaps to her unborn child, for she is clearly quite pregnant. She turns her head slightly as you enter.
Hello.
Well, finally, I was starting to think... The woman makes a startled noise once she turns around and sees you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was expecting someone else. She gives you a cautious smile. Can I help you? I just arrived in Gilded Vale. I thought I'd get to know the locals. Were you with one of the caravans? She looks at you hopefully. Master Odema's by chance? You knew Odema? Well, no more than most here, I'd say.
He doesn't usually come this way, but they say he's a reliable old fella.
She pauses, brows furrowing.
Wait, why do you say new?
I'm sorry, but the caravan was attacked. I was the only one to survive. Afra covers her mouth with a hand, eyes wide with horror. For a few moments, she can manage nothing but a strangled, voiceless gasping, her eyes brimming with tears.
I knew. I told her it was a dangerous path to take. Kalisha was always so certain she could take on any danger.
Afra sniffs.
Oh, my poor sister. I'm sorry, stranger. I can't believe she's gone. If only I hadn't called her here. If I hadn't written to her. She might still be alive somewhere.
Afra's face crumples, and a solitary tear slides down her cheek. Kalisha mentioned that she thought you needed help. Perhaps I can provide some assistance. Afra looks at you with some surprise before dabbing at her nose with a sleeve.
That's kind of you to offer. But I don't know if I could impose this on you. It's not a small favor. I'm worried about the baby. About the legacy. I told Kalisha as much as I could, but all I know is that for a long time now, every child born in Gilded Vale has been soulless. Empty. It's happened to so many mothers, and Lord Radric, he's exiled all of them, calling it a sign of the gods' disfavor. With my Hathord gone, I don't know how I'd manage if I lost my home, too. I hoped Kalisha could help me. They say Ranga, the old midwife, knows a way to prevent a child being hollowborn. But she moved south to Anslog's Compass 2 seasons ago. The journey's too far for me. I can't make it as I am. But I don't have anyone else now with Kalisha gone. Please, can you help me?
Yeah, we'll find her for you. Afra blinks, eyes wide.
You will? Oh, gods bless you. Here, I'll give you coin to pay her. You needn't trouble yourself with that. I think it's a drink she fashions out of... Well, I'm not sure. But it shouldn't be too much of a burden to carry back. Onslog's Compass is what we call the lagoon to the south. You'll have to cross the wilds to get there. That's what keeps me from traveling it myself.
She clasps her hands together.
Thank you again, truly. You'll be saving us both.
She sets a hand on her stomach, smiling through tears. Okay. One home explored. I can't remember if there's anything over here. Nope. We'll try this one next. Oh, there he is. Ingrode. This man and woman appear to have been deep in conversation, working at closing 2 bulging satchels. They move to embrace until the woman notices your approach and pauses, her smile faltering a little.
Good day, stranger.
Can we help you?
She looks to her companion, brows furrowing with confusion.
Do you know this man, Nanton?
Nanton shakes his head. I don't believe so. Was there something you wanted, stranger? That cloak. I've seen it before. You killed that man in the cave.
Are you accusing him of something?
Ingrode looks to Nanton, touching his arm.
If this is about the accident, we're both grieving Pearlie's loss, but it was a wild animal's doing.
Nanton shakes his head minutely. You see a tremble in his hands. What would make you suggest such a thing? I had a vision in the cave. I saw Pearlie's last moments, as he lived them. I saw you cut him with a knife. That's not possible. Nanton stares at you. How could you possibly know? His hand falls to the sword belt. I left no sign. Nanton, wait. Ingrode raises a hand. I don't know what you saw in that cave, but this isn't what you think. Pearlie, my husband, he was as much a beast as that bear. I tried to leave the first time. I suffered his temper, but he wouldn't have it. She looks away, expression pained. Nanton, we met, and I knew I'd found someone special, someone kind, who cared for me.
Please, all we want is to leave this place, to start somewhere else. She looks down at the satchels. We've some coin saved up. You could have it. If you'll only let us go. Okay, I don't know what the benevolent option here would be. Probably keep the money, use it to start your new life. The magistrate, it seems like a bad idea to tell the magistrate. So we're gonna tell them to keep the money and use it to start their new life. Ingroid blinks, surprised. Then, thank you. Truly, I'm glad you understand. Only, here, take this at least. I hope it brings you luck. She looks to Nanton, smiling. We have a long journey ahead of us. I wish you well on your own travels, stranger. We won't forget this. Okay, got a cool ring. Okay, I think there's something going on up in this house as well. Yep, some peasants. We know there's more grain in there, Trumbull. We won't settle for scraps while you grow fat on our crops. A muffled shouting emerges from inside the mill. The first of you drunkards comes through that door gets a shot between the eyes. Gods hear me, Swainer. I'll put you down like a dog. Come away for now, lads, but we'll be back, Trumbull. And we'll have fair prices, or by the flame we'll have a reckoning. Let's go see what this guy's up to. An elven man stands before you, his relatively stocky build suggesting a life of labor. His face is pale and drawn, and his eyes wide. Behind him, a younger man and woman exchange worried glances. Yeah, help some milkman to scare some rowdies. 20 gold. The miller raises a club as you enter. It shakes violently in his grip. Get back if you I can't even remember what voice I was doing for this guy. Get back if you value your life. Hold on, I'm not here to hurt anyone. The miller hesitates, then lowers the club. Wait, I know you. You just came into town, right? Don't tell me Swainer's already got his claws into you. Gods, that's all I need. My name is Hedoro. I've only just arrived in Gilded Vale. Trumbull shakes his head. You picked a bad time to come visiting. Gilded Vale's had all its shine scraped off. Just a big dung heap now, and Swainer thinks he's a king of it. They're all of them mad. Who's Swainer? The dwarf. The one standing out there spreading lies among the villagers. Bastard's been here for decades, and he hasn't gotten any kinder with time. Who are you? Is Swainer roping foreigners into his little crusade now? I thought you could use some help. Those people out there seemed pretty angry. Really? Oh, Hilia's tits. Could I use a friendly face? I take it you'd heard some part of what the crowd's asking for. Grain, as if I got it all tucked away somewhere. Swainer's been egging that lot on for days now. They've been keeping clear so far, but if things keep on like that, or if things keep on like they are, I don't know how much longer we've got before things get messy. Please, if you're not here on his behalf, maybe you could speak to Swainer. He won't listen to me anymore. Just explain that we're all getting smaller rations now. We're all making sacrifices. Okay, I'll see what I can do. The miller all but sags with relief. I'd be grateful if you did. He won't listen to me anymore, but maybe you'll have some better luck. Tell him we're all having a hard time of it, and we'll all have to make some sacrifices. We'll be in your debt for it if you can convince him. Yeah, tits in this context is probably birds. Hylia gang. Okay, and then I think there's a house... nope. We've already been in that house. What about this one? What are you guys up to? Oh, I think these are fan-made characters. Yeah. Okay. You can call birds tits. There's a specific type of bird that's called a tit.
What if we talk to this Urgi guy again?
I have received confirmation that Lord Radric's heir was not born well. My lord has issued an injunction on all new homesteads until he can be assured that the village has been cleansed of all Eothasians and whatever other undesirables that have brought this curse upon his lands.
Okay.
It would be best if you left town as soon as possible. I would suggest returning to your old home. There will be no place for you here. You may stay at the inn until you can make the necessary arrangements, but I would not advise remaining long. I expect Lord Radric will be most thorough in his efforts to purify this place.
Tell me about Lord Radric.
He comes from a line of nobles who have defended these lands since Adir times. Radric II was an early supporter of Deerwooden independence during the Revolution, and the current lord's father perished in the Saints' War. Hollowborn began appearing in the Deerwood shortly after the war's end. Lord Radric has taken it upon himself to purge the curse from Gilded Vale. His measures have been severe but necessary. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear to have been enough to protect his heir.
Okay, the Saints' War?
Our age's most egregious example of man's madness. 15 years ago, the people of Raedceres decided that Widewin, their living saint, was the literal incarnation of the god Aethys.
Urgit wrinkles his pinched nose.
This supposed saint took it upon himself to liberate the Deerwood, supposedly from allegiances to less worthy gods, but I've never known an army to conquer a land for its people's own good. The war lasted about a year, but you can guess what that year did to the worship of Aethys in the Deerwood. Lord Radric's forebears had all been Aethasians, but after his father fell defending us from those fanatics, he personally saw that the Temple of Aethys here in town was shut down. He points at a few ruined walls near the tree. If you have any other questions, don't hesitate to ask. It's important that everyone in Gilded Vale understands our rules.
Alright. Well, we'll go into the inn. We'll try to get some quick XP there. How much more XP do we need until we level up? We're almost there. There's Swainer.
Well met, friend.
Don't know who you are and don't much care. Keep walking. We're not here to chat with foreigners. Aloth narrows his eyes.
Careful. Looks like they're cut from the same cloth as those rowdies who attacked me.
He wrinkles his nose.
Smells like it, too.
Trumbull says you've been threatening his family. Oh, I bet he has. All nobility, that Trumbull. 2 big, strong kids, purest soul in all Gilded Vale. The dwarf sneers. Coward sending out messengers to handle his business? Well, you can go and tell him we haven't had a solid meal in days on account of him, and we can't afford a good drink on account of him, but we won't be bullied by some foreigner on account of him. What if I buy you all around? Will you talk to me then? Swainer considers it, briefly. He looks to the others. Fair enough. You bring us something to wet our throats, and might be I feel up to trading words. Okay, I don't know if we talked to the barkeep
How do you
about this.
do?
I'd like to buy around for the fine fellows over there. Fine fellows? You're having me on. Any more fighting and I'll have to ban Swainer from the inn entirely. Until then, it's 6 copper pieces for the lot. Okay, here you go. Right then. Here, 3 drinks for 3 fools. Just take care with them. They're a hot-tempered bunch.
Hello.
You again. What do you want now? I brought drinks. Hey, so you have. By the flame, I never thought I'd be so happy for a mug of the Blackhound shit beer. Gods, that's good. Alright then, you got my attention. What is it you've got to say that's worth a round of drinks? I'll say there's no sense in threatening the miller. You have him up against a wall. Maybe you could ask some of the other villagers for help. Or how about maybe you could tell me more about what's going on? It's like I said, the miller's in charge of the grain prices. He says they're fair, but I know for a fact that folks like Offra pay half of what we do. And maybe we've been a bit rough with him, but what are we supposed to do? We can't keep paying. We're going to starve. And do you think Trumble's going to be sorry about it when we do? Let's go talk to Trumbull for him. I've actually never just talked to Trumbull for him. You think you'll get through to him when we haven't? That man's thick as a peat bog. I hear he got his soul read, found his kin used to grow snon-reed trees from their Adiran lords, up until they figured out their side was losing. Explains why his knees still ache to bend to whatever lord or lady crosses the road. He'll be holed up in that mill for days, the coward. But here, if you want to give it a shot, then good luck. We'll owe you one if you manage it.
Hello.
Okay, spoke to Swainer. He says you're treating the farmers unfairly, raising prices and giving them rotten grain. Of course he does. He's been saying nothing else for days now. The man's delusional. If he wants grain, he'll have to pay for it. Say, what's going on here anyway? Where to begin? Swainer whipped them up into a froth, going about the grain stores, claims I've hidden away most of it. All I do with the grain is sell it. I can't create it out of thin air, and I can't hand it out for free. I pay the farmers for the crops they bring in, and I sell what comes out of the mill. Most of it goes to the Black Hound on the west side of town for ale, and Swainer and his lot sure don't mind that part. You take a look at the fields on the way into town. The crop's blighted, and most of what I'm getting from the farmers, it's gone, rotted through. Good evening, Sigma. Yeah. Maybe I ought to have a talk with Swainer, then. Be grateful if he did. He won't listen to me anymore. Yeah, okay. Well, I wanted to double check to make sure this guy's not, you know, playing me for a fool. What class are we? We are a priest. We're an Aethasian priest.
Hail and well met.
Okay, we're gonna say there's no sense in threatening the miller. You have him up against a wall. Maybe you could ask some of the other villagers for help. Swainer eyes you for a long few moments, drinking deep from his mug. Then he sighs. You're right. Things go on like they are, we're just gonna end up hanging from that tree out there. Tell Trumbull we'll leave him be. Don't know what we'll do now, with the crops failing. Haven't got another trade to speak of. Think Pashka needs a hand around the inn? Let's go talk to Pashka.
Welcome.
Okay.
Hello.
Spoke to Swainer. I've convinced him to leave your family in peace. That's great news. I wasn't sure you'd get through to him. They're out of their minds with drink half the time. I owe you a great debt. Here. He pulls a coin purse from his hip and pushes it towards you. Today's earnings, to show my appreciation. And you can be sure I'll let everyone know what you've done for me. We'll just tell him to keep it. It's really easy to get money in this game. You're a generous soul, friend, and we'll have you to thank for making it through the coming years. Safe travels, and may you find favor with the gods. Cool. Okay, so give me the extremely short and least amount of lore explanation for this game so I can experience it myself, but also to know what this is about. Well, this game takes place in the world known as Aora. Aora is populated by the Kith, which are the 5 playable races of Aora. So you have the elves, the men, the Almawa, which are like island people. They kind of look like the people from Avatar. You have the Orlan, who are like little... I don't know, they're like if gnomes were coated in hair and lived in the forest. And then you have dwarves. And there's 11 gods in this universe. They all preside over different spheres, kind of like Daedric princes or Aedra in Elder Scrolls. And every once in a while, some people are blessed by the gods, or some people call it a curse, honestly, where they are granted powers from them, and those people are called godlike. So we right now are a moon godlike. We've been blessed by Andra, but that's not part of the really overall plot. That's just part of the world building stuff. Us being a godlike has nothing to do with the plot of this game. Spoiling any of the plot of this game is something that I strictly don't want to do. So I will just tell you that it's a very, very cool, philosophical and interesting universe that takes itself very seriously and has really good writing for its quests. So, yeah. Yes, godlikes cannot reproduce. Yeah, Aethasian Priest, yeah, Blind Faithful and PoE 2. Yeah, Jody's got me, Jody's got some blind faith for sure in PoE 2. They call me a godlike in the sheets. At least there's one of us here that they can say that about. Okay, we'll go into the Aethasian Temple now.
I haven't been in here.
Oh, well, we cut off his dialogue. A man lies resting against the wall, lit by the dim illumination of the fading sconces. He has a grunt, fox-like aspect, and his face is pale and damp with sweat. One arm is held loosely against his side, sleeve soaked with blood. He gives you an anxious glance as you near, his features twisted with pain.
Welcome.
Thought you were some... Never mind. Whoever you are, you've traveled a long way to reach a dark place. This temple isn't what it used to be. Probably for the best. Times being as they are. He groans and shifts position, wincing. I'm no looter, if that's what you're thinking. Not one of the faithful, either. Just wanted to do some good, I suppose. Got my arm clawed up for it. He regards you warily. Maybe you'd have better luck? Better luck with what? The man points a finger upward. These ruins around us. It used to be a temple of Aethys, the scattered god. A grand temple at that. His worshippers would come from all over the Deerwood. From Raedceris, even. Not so much from Raedceris these days. Until the war, of course. Even then you'd get some of the stubborn ones. The ones that couldn't get it through their heads that their god was dead and gone. Okay, as a priest of Aethys, I'm going to say, our god lives. The sun rises, however long the night. Here's hoping. Blazes, man, keep it to yourself. Wharton leans his head back against the wall, looking up at the ceiling. You'll have us both swinging talking like that. Believe as you like. All it means is you ought to be especially interested in what I have to say. Okay, yeah, go on. Once the legacy started, Lord Radric decided he'd been too lenient on the Aethasians. He had his people go in and put them to the sword. Left them down there, buried under a heap of rock. After that, Radric ordered the temple sealed. It's been years like that up until recently. Lord Radric hopes that if we rededicate the temple to a living god, then we'll be forgiven. And the legacy will end, see? He smiles wryly. But until then, the temple is as you see it, unguarded. That's where you come in. Those priests, maybe they didn't have a lick of sense between them, but they still didn't deserve to go like that. Chopped down in their god's house. It doesn't sit right with me. If you can get down there, find their remains, maybe we can finally give them a proper burial. Wharton breathes out. No small task. There's coin in it for you if you need motivating. Aloth's cautious expression softens. A pleasant surprise to see that someone around here has a shred of respect for the dead.
I'm gonna say, wait, you want me to bring you some skeletons? I'd bury them where they are if I could. I know it's a little macabre, but if we don't get them out now, Radric's liable to destroy whatever's left of them. I take it you aren't supposed to be in here. Wharton laughs bleakly. Well, I meant to be in and out, nice and quick. I'm not hurting anyone, it's just Lord Radric's forbidden anyone having anything to do with the scattered god. It'd be a little harder to explain to him than you. It's a good cause, though, isn't it? And you could make some coin in the process. Yeah, I've got some questions first, Wharton. Who are you, anyway? Name's Wharton. I lived in Gilded Vale long enough to remember how grand it used to be. I used to help the temple sometimes. Bring supplies. That's all. Won't Lord Radric mind us digging around down there? I wouldn't go telling him about it. Lingering in these places, it's no good for anyone. But you do this quick and quiet, we can do right by those priests without raising a fuss. Why can't you do this yourself? Well, I tried. Only got a short way in before I got in over my head. I haven't raised a blade in a long time. Turns out it isn't something you can just pick up again. But you look like you can handle yourself. Any chance there's something down there worth a little more than some old bones? Probably. Nobody's been through the place since it was sealed up. Well, apart from me, and I didn't touch anything. Any valuables in there, you get first crack at them. I only ask that you do this favor for me while you're at it. Yeah, I'll find them. Then by the flame, I owe you a good turn. But listen, the temple's been sealed off for so long it's crawling with creatures. But if you get past them, the priests would have been down on the lower floor. They'll be there still, if they're anywhere. Those priests had all kinds of secret chambers, switches in the walls, trick sconces, that kind of thing. Keep an eye out, and take care down there. I wouldn't want to have to send someone else after your remains. I'll wait here by the stairs and keep a lookout. Maybe try to patch myself up some. All right.
I'm here.
Let's go, gang.
Let's see what lies this way.
Okay. We'll have...
What?
Yeah. What?
Following your lead.
Swap Kano over to his gun. He can focus on...
Yes?
Actually, Dareloth can focus on those.
Following your lead.
Kano will have on his sword.
Yes?
And we'll just bring all these guys over here.
Move! Great.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Brave thou Philotheus blast!
I'm here.
The nearby crystals light the cracked mosaic floor in shades of orange, and at certain angles the metallic symbol beneath your feet gleams gold. As you look on, the air shimmers as if with summer heat. The very dust and air seem to pull together until a thin, glowing mist appears before you. In its rippling gleam, you sometimes think you can see the shape of a man, features rendered in broad strokes of air and smoke. Who are you? Your voice sparks movement. The spirit surges with a sudden, blazing light, and in the next moment you are somewhere else, your mind assailed with a sudden wave of fear and noise. You are in the chapter hall. Priests and faithful have gathered in a great crowd, spilling into the hall. Bodies press against you, surging forward to listen. Your own grief is mirrored in the faces around you. Some of the initiates are weeping. I gotta go get a drink of water. My throat is starting to get sore from all this reading. The problem with this game is it's got like one combat music track. It does, doesn't it? I don't know. It's never bothered me. I'm not really playing this game for the music, you know? Someone has snuffed the candles, and the room is dark save for the podium, lit from behind. 2 people stand behind it, or before it, lit in silhouette. A man is shouting, voice so ragged with fear you cannot understand what he says. But the rectrix stands calm, unmoved. Her strength will see you all through these dark times. You feel that hope like a spark oh my god. You feel that hope like a spark behind your ribs. Somewhere behind you, someone begins to sing. The spirit tears itself from you with sudden, dizzying force, and you find yourself back before the ruined altar, swaying. Yeah, this is more of a game book hybrid than game movie, for sure. The spirit fades as suddenly as it appeared.
I'm
here.
here.
Okay, sorry for the choppy reading, guys. I don't know what's going on with me.
Shh.
Brave thou Philothelim.
Something's wrong with me.
Brave thou Philothelim.
At 120 hours in your playthrough, it gets really old. What, the combat music still?
Keeping an eye out.
Again, I never really minded it. It's not my favorite thing to listen to, but... it's fine.
I'll give it a try, at least.
Nice and quiet.
Ooh, engraved silver key and the Rectrix letter. I understand your concerns, Sister Nedra, but we are safest here within the temple. What wrong have we done? Lord Radric would not risk his position by harming us when we have brought so much prosperity to the village. Wharton pretends at alarm. He knows full well that these are empty threats and means to frighten us into departing our home. Are we to abandon Gilded Vale to heretics? Wharton, too, will play his part when the time comes. Our temple will stand long after Lord Radric's hold, after Lord Radric's hold is but gravel and memory.
I'm here. I'm here.
To his grace I write to implore. The rest of this letter is crossed out in several places and then abandoned altogether. These prayer scrolls are coated in a thick layer of grime and dust.
Brave thou Philothelim.
Easy. The mob density is a bit high in the game. There's some particular parts of this game that, yeah, I can definitely see that complaint being valid.
I think I see something. Let's end this!
Just joined the stream. What is Pillars of Eternity? It is it's an RPG that, God, it's kind of hard to explain.
Well, I'm
install it once. Oh boy. Okay, we got a lot going on. I think we could have Durance do Pillar of Faith here if we have it. No, we don't have Pillar of Faith yet.
slowly. Hmm?
Aye?
If you have it paused by combat, you can spot half a room, kill the mobs, only to spot the other half 5 steps later. Yeah.
Yes?
We want Kana back on his sword.
Beyond seek!
There we go.
Certainly.
Okay. +5 deflection. I mean, again, we'll take as much deflection as we can get. Our deflection's actually pretty low.
I'm here.
A haze fills the air, coalescing steadily into a blur of dust and mist. It gathers into the outline of what appears to be a dwarf, a shimmering echo that fades in and out of sight. But stronger than sight is the sense, within you, of a powerful energy. It roils and seethes with a grief that seems to spill into your own thoughts, tainting them until the sorrow is your own. Like a crashing wave, the energy surges toward and into you, and suddenly you are elsewhere. Before you is a brightly lit stone corridor, lined with torches and gleaming crystals. You're running, your footsteps echoing off the stone around you. You forgot to tie your sandals, and they're slipping from your feet, fouling your steps. You're late. Again. The rite's going to begin without you. You hear the tolling of a bell, and your spirit lifts as you recognize the familiar warped tone of the right hand, representing the first of the dawn stars to appear in the night sky and last to fade in the dawn light. You pray fiercely that this is the first of the chimes, and not the last. The light fades, as does the memory, and when your eyes clear, the spirit is gone. Who will we have spotting traps? I think I have Kanarua as our trap guy so far, because I don't really have anybody that's into mechanics.
Nice and quiet.
Okay, 3 bells hang from the stone protrusion that runs along the wall. Years of dust and grime coat the metal. There's 1 bell at the center, flanked by 2 smaller ones. The bells appear to be fully intact. They are made of a thick iron and look very heavy. There doesn't appear to be much out of the ordinary about them. Well, we know that the right bell, it starts with the right. We could just do some guesswork, but I'm guessing there's a few more things that we can find in here.
I'll see what I can find.
Oh, deflection rings don't stack. Gotcha. We will give this to the Dare.
I'm here.
Brave Dalfila.
Initiate's note. This parchment is relatively intact, but the ink upon it has faded. You can make out a few patches of careful, tidy script. Visitors to the ritual floor, Retrix Obrica says, Demption for even these, or got and struck the largest bell first rather than second. Okay, so the largest bell is second. Do a quick rest. Grab these. So the largest bell is second, the right one is first. I'm gonna guess it goes right, middle, left, right. I think it dings 4 times. Basically no modifiers that affect the same stat stack, unless it's on a weapon for some reason, then it does. Oh. Okay, right, middle. Oh, I should be reading this. Left, And right. The peculiar chime rings through the ruin. There's a quiet, melodic chime from all three bells before their discordant voices meet in one powerful, rising rush of sound. It seems to fill the whole of the temple, a driving flood of song that drowns all other thought. As the tolling fades, you hear a creak from the direction of the doors as the passage to the lower level swings open.
Keeping an eye out.
I should try to replace some weapons here. We got this nice fine sword. Also got a wand and a scepter. See if anyone needs that. Yeah, the saber does much better damage. Yeah, no, I see no problem with this.
I'm here.
You know, it's strange looking back. All the time I spent here growing up.
God damn it.
Ever seen those?
Following your lead.
I'm here.
So if you have 2 plus 3 to resolve, you'll get the plus 3 but not plus 6. You have a plus 3 and plus 2, you get plus 3. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I'm here.
Laying low.
Yes?
Aye?
Durance is in the way. Classic Durance.
Mo Ixi Ana. Curses.
Yes, we all need more muskets. True.
Absolutely.
Oh. Ow. Okay, capable withdrawal, disengagement, defense bonus. I don't know. We'll give it to Kana.
Yes?
And what does the flame reveal?
Following your... I can do that. As requested.
Fine greatsword. Ooh, 19 to 27. That is pretty good. 17 to 24. 19 to 27 is definitely better. I guess it depends on if we want blunt damage or not. I think we're gonna want both of those swapped onto Adair. Remember trying to brute force this temple on level 3 with just Dareloth and Adair in your first playthrough? Yeah, I feel like I did something similar.
Right away.
Alright, well. I guess he's on his sword. You move.
I'm here.
Traps are one of the banes in this game. Yeah.
At once.
Yep, you gotta have a character with decent mechanics.
Quietly now.
I just gotta remember to have
Following
Kana,
your lead.
Lead us.
Right away.
There's a trap. I think this room, like, blows up if you click this, doesn't it?
I'm
Okay,
here.
So here's what I'm thinking. You set me up by the door.
How may I help?
Bring Dareloth. Actually, we'll just lead them out slowly. The Dare over here. And then Kana,
Following your lead.
swap you over to your gun.
As you say.
And then he can get an early shot in.
For
This one.
Takoa!
Alright. Cool. Swap your weapon, please. Yeah, I know I can set everyone to auto attack. I just kind of like the little micromanaging. I'll use Bless this time. I also just have terrible memories of endurance with auto attack. He's kind of an idiot.
Hi?
Yes?
Okay, come on, me.
That's embarrassing.
Oops.
I'd be glad to.
You can trust me.
I'm here.
Following your lead. As requested.
Nice.
As requested.
Okay. Extra will. Pretty good. Ooh, there's a phantom.
Just like an Adiran to go down.
Oh, Dareloth died. God damn it.
Yes?
Lava, beyond, seek!
Following your lead.
Okay, a dare we might want to swap over to the quarterstaff.
Rest up, big guy. We've got your back.
Yep. Much better damage.
Yes?
Oh shit, Kana is like super low, dude. How much, he's only got 66 HP. Actually, Durance doesn't need this. He's got enough resolve. Give it to Dareloth.
I'm here.
Brave thou Dareloth.
Give Durance the 8th Asian cloak. Yeah, he needs it. It is really bold of a dare to wear around an 8th Asian cloak like that.
Of course.
Gotta respect the man. There we go. He's a big supporter of Raid Series.
I'm here.
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
Following your lead. I can do that. As requested.
I'm here.
Durance has found our Lord and Savior Aethys. Yeah. Aethys is such a good guy. I'm sure he'd never cause a huge controversy or anything like that.
As you say. Hello? Hello?
I'm here.
Oh shit. I thought the rest of my party was... Okay, hold on. We're gonna want these guys to spread out a little bit.
Following your lead.
What?
Okay, yeah, I mean, at this point, we may want to do... What is defend self? Yeah, defend self is probably good. We're gonna want our character to be... Support? Actually, we'll control our character. We'll control our character. Dareloth, we'll probably have him on crowd control. Use per rest abilities, sure. Yeah, the ooze. Adair, we're gonna have... aggressive. Alright, Durance. You will be healing.
Following your lead.
And Kana be a summoner, but also a, I don't know, defensive. Sure. Alright, let's see how this works. Yeah, I just remember having a horrible time. Like, Dareloth is just standing here. We'll try it out for a little bit. The still dark waters are reflective as black glass.
I'm here.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Remind me never to help kill my god again.
Yep.
I'm here.
What's this?
I'm
okay.
here.
Reach out to the spirit. The light rises from the bones as you approach. You have a moment to register the faintest image of a standing figure, features a blur of mist or smoke before the world tilts. It is as if you have stepped sideways and into a new life. You're racing down a flight of stairs, following a weaving circle of torchlight. Your own panting breaths are loud in your ears. Panic and your robes alike foul your steps, and you nearly stumble before a hand reaches out to grip your arm and steady you. A fellow acolyte, who smiles encouragement as you reach the bottom. You run around and past the shallow reflection pool that marks the lowest point of the temple, following the dark shapes of the older priests as they lead the way towards the narrow hall that leads to the vault. You pass one of the torchbearers as you go. The harsh illumination of the flames reveals a familiar face. For a moment, your awareness spans time and identity, and you think Wharton has joined you, here at the bottom of the temple. In the memory, he glances at you for a moment, and then looks past at someone else. "I'll come back once they're gone," he's saying. You're being pressed along by the crowd, and his words are growing faint. "Just keep quiet. We can't take any chances." Inside the vault, golden relics gleam like welcoming stars. The memory twists, jarring you loose from one moment and plunging you into another like a flung doll. There is only darkness around you now. You think yourself blinded until the knowledge settles onto you like a cloak. The candles have all burnt away. You now know, too, with a sick certainty, that nobody is coming. There is a cracking noise somewhere to your left, a wet, slurping gurgle and a ragged sob. You cannot see, and so you cannot know which brother or sister has fallen, and which digs after water a body may provide. You hear, in the faint murmuring to your right, the familiar cadence of prayer, but you no longer recognize the words. You are too tired to do harm. The thirst is like fire within you. Your tongue is thick in your throat, and every breath is a struggle that leaches strength from you. There is a light, they said, at the end of every bout of darkness. But this one does not end. The spirit releases you, and you come back to yourself in pieces. Your vision clears, and the vault around you is revealed once more, cast in muted hues by the sickly illumination of the soul still drifting like fading fog. Fear wafts off the spirit in waves, fraying at your own emotions. Okay, we're a priest of Aethys. We're going to say, don't be afraid. This darkness too will pass, and you will find the lights again. You feel a dulled pulse of anger from the soul, and then relief. The energy you feel recedes, and the lights drift outward, then fade. The spirit is gone. All right, we'll gather the remains. You spend a few moments gathering up what you can of the bones of the priests. It proves a heavy and gruesome burden, but you manage to recover them all. Kinda gross. Lots of cool shit.
Following your... I'll give it a try, at least.
Ooh, Gaun's share, that's right. There's an actual item down here that we might be able to use. Okay, so what's in here? What is this thing? 12 to 17 crush damage, converts grazes to hit. It's got draining on it. Which means that 15% of damage, 20% of damage restored is endurance. We might honestly want to equip this. I mean, it does worse than our saber, but like if we're the tank, then I feel like this makes sense.
I'm here.
Margren's fire casts light.
Brave.
How may I help?
Yeah. We'll just turn the class behavior off. Should they all be set to aggressive? What's the go-to? Because defend self, I think they just kind of sit there until someone attacks them.
What?
I?
I'm here.
God damn it.
Yes?
This way they're at least all attacking.
That's not very helpful.
Not even slowing it down!
We need to get Kano some better armor. Yeah, if they see stars after the bonk, it's just Aethys light. True. Again, Aethys, renowned good guy. Nothing ever problematic has ever happened to an Aethys worshipper.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? As you step over the circle of candles, you hear a rattling clunk from the wall nearby. The door slides open with the grinding rasp of stone. Good shortcut.
Quietly now.
The candles flicker gently as you approach. There's a gap above the altar lined with broken glass where a mirror may once have been set into the wall.
The candles are still burning. Not bad for a dead god.
We'll pray. Whatever revelation or peace can be gained here, you soon find, must be drawn from the flicker of the candles and the memory of the believers who once knelt here, as you do now. There are no guiding words, no divine messages, only silence.
It was nice to see those candles still burning. I figured they'd have gone out by now.
Yep. That's fair. We also never went in here. Oh, Willow the Wisp. Is Adair confused?
Hmm? Hi.
How does this one work? Holy power? That's a really not great.
Moe Ixie.
Yes?
Okay, Wharton. We got some things to talk about.
I'm here.
Hello.
Wharton smiles nervously as you approach.
I think I've sorted out the worst of it. Arm's hurting a little less. You were down there a while. Did you find anything?
His eyes dart constantly about the ruins. I'm gonna say you lied to me.
What?
Wharton grins uncertainly.
I was clear about everything. The risk involved. Is that what you mean? I did say there'd be spiders, and I'll pay you, of course, for the trouble.
Oh, we don't have enough stats to... I feel like if we do this, if we lift Wharton off his feet and say, I will crack your head in two if you lie to me again, I feel like this is not going to be the Aethys way of doing things. So I guess we'll just have to take the L. We'll say, fine, give me the payment. Wharton looks up at you, startled, and then nods.
Right, of course. Here.
He pulls a heavy sack of coins from his belt.
You did your part, and I thank you for it. I'll take these to the cemetery. See they get a proper burial, instead of staying forgotten in some... That is, somewhere down there.
Wharton hesitates.
Did you see anything else?
I'm gonna say, you know what I found, Wharton. Goodbye. A look of terror crosses Wharton's face. He stares after you a long moment, stammering, before turning to hurry toward the steps. Alright. Everybody leveled up but Aloth. We'll put more points into athletics. And now we get another feat, or talent, I guess is what they call it in this game. Shields, +6 to shield deflection. Shield deflection bonus also applies to reflex. I feel like weapon and shield style is a good thing to grab. Veteran's recovery is also pretty good. Just to have for like any kind of character like this. It's taking a dip into fighter basically. Talent focus. That's not that great. I mean, it's okay, but it's not great. So I think we'll do weapon and shield style. We'll just hone in on the defense a little bit. And a dare. Put more into athletics. What do shields do? Shields lower your accuracy by a little bit, but they increase your deflection. And I don't really know what kind of weapon we want to use with a dare. Right now we're using a staff. Maybe like, well, savage attack isn't that good with the -5 melee accuracy. I don't want him to miss all the time. I feel like savage attack is better if you have a weapon focus. Maybe we do two-handed style, because I think we're going to have him constantly two-handing something. So two-handed style is a good broad buff. We'll keep that. Endurance. I mean, sure, I guess we'll put more into lore. It doesn't really matter. And gain accuracy bonus. Ooh, everyone receives less healing from the priest's holy radiance, but the priest gains a bonus to all attributes and movement. Just for the priest. Interesting. I guess that could be for like a war priest. I never know what to do with Durance. He's so confusing to me. Durance's model... Oh, wow. Durance's model doesn't have legs with his robe, by the way. Yeah, you can see that. I never noticed that before. You can see right there. I wonder why that is. Yeah, Dare, the big swords are yours. That was the healing of a small amount of health on an ally. No. Like, what do you guys do with Adair usually? I don't know what to do with this guy. Like, my build makes kind of sense. I think Adair's stats are just weird. Or not Adair, sorry. Durance. Having legs is for 8th agents, true. Not the ones that are dead, though. They don't have legs anymore. I don't know. We'll do Inspiring Radiance. I don't want to think about Durance right now. And then Kana. Some points into stealth and mechanics. I think we'll do Thunder Rolled. And if we want to build him as close range, that would be, I guess, the time to do it. Or we can keep him far away with guns. I've kind of been wishy-washy on the whole thing. But I do really like, I like the word that we have in his song that makes it so that way, you know, like, enemies take endurance damage when he's close up by them. Increasing Ancient Memory's healing capability. Keep him ranged and casting spells. There's just one talent for ranged auto attacks, but that's a tiny proportion of his damage. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of wanting to do something a little bit different with him on this playthrough and have him be a bit closer up. Because when I get Grieving Mother, I want to add her to the party, and I want to give her guns. Let's just do beloved spirits. Again, I don't really know. We'll figure it out more as we go along.
I'm here. I'd be glad to.
Is level 4? Well, I guess we've got more stuff we can do down at Magrin's Fork, and we haven't even been to Radrick's Hold yet. We could do Anslog's Crossing.
I shall be discreet.
Yes? Stand together!
Oh, I haven't had him on that song. Have I? Oops. Oops. Do we just want this constantly? Trolls are so pathetic in this game. They really are.
I'm here.
They don't put up much of a fight.
Margaret's fire casts light in dark places.
Okay, Anslog's Compass. What's up, boys? Or folk? Kith? Two villagers stand by one of the tide pools. They are breathing harshly, clearly winded, and look up nervously as you approach. If you're here to fish, as we were, stranger, you'll want to avoid the compass proper. A lot of ships wind up spread across the rocks here, so we didn't think much of the wreckage, until we heard something. Terrible noise. I thought it was maybe a survivor, but he wasn't alive. Moving, but not truly alive. It was awful. What do you mean? What did you see? Corpses. Walking corpses. We don't want any part of it, whatever the cause. Might be we can find something in these tide pools and then we're headed straight home. Okay. See ya. Good tidings to... Wait, do you hear that? Oh, hey guys, wait. Chill out. Let us help. No! Oh, Dareloth got his level. Alright.
Certainly.
Certainly. Sad that the blade at the Endless Paths is an S-Dock. Not a big fan of the piercing weapons. Oh, we should be crouched as we walk through here. Ahoy there, ahoy! What's up? Kind of you to stop and speak, my western friend. And Almawa stands before you, his hair matted and once bright clothes in ruin. Equally ruined is his face, a hatching of thin scars crossed by broader wounds. Haven't seen another kith since my ship went down. I do not suppose you're looking to lighten your purse. What are you selling? The ship's cargo, goods from the Deadfire, a few personal trinkets, all of the highest quality. I wouldn't sell them, but without coin, How am I supposed to return to my homeland? So the story is about a god that possesses a human and starts a peasant uprising. That's the framing of this game, basically. Yeah, that's like the prehistory of what's going on. I wouldn't say anyone was wrong if they said that's what this game was about. Well, it's not necessarily what this game is about, but you know, again, it's the shit that happened before. Yeah, there's basically like a soul plague going on that people think is a result of the conflict with Aethys. Or I suppose not Aethys, but Widewin. Okay, this is from, this is like DLC stuff, sort of. They added this guy to this game after Deadfire came out, if I'm not wrong. Costs a ton of money. Okay, you find yourself facing a towering Almawa woman. Her skin is the warm gold brown of a dying sunset, with pale white, her fish-white patches at throat and hands. Wavy red-brown hair, pulled into tight braids around a stripe of bare skin that follows the curve of her skull, flows down over her broad shoulders.
Hello.
She regards you calmly, evidently unsurprised to find you here at the edge of her camp by the water. Have you come for medicines and craft work, or to share the fires? She gestures to the large cauldron nearby. Afra sent me here. She says that you know some way to ensure that her child is not a Hollowborn? Yeah, those weapons are bindable. More of Lord Radric's frightened flock, she nods slowly. You are kind to come all this way. Poor Afra must be beside herself. I imagine she gave you something for payment. Whatever it is, you keep it. I don't need coin. I need you to do something for me instead. There's a Zarib tribe to the northeast, led by one of their priests. Tana was exiled from there some time ago, and their scouts still lurk about the place, waiting for an opportunity to end his life. Tana, the Zarib, lets out a rattling squawk, head drooping. One day I will have to go for supplies, and I will come back to find my assistant slain. How will I help anyone then? She shakes her head. You rid me of this nuisance, and I will do what I can for Afra, and throw in something for you, too. Okay, I'll be back when it's done. Yeah, these guys really shouldn't be an issue. And this isn't even necessarily the place that we're supposed to be, but it's good XP to kill this stuff in here.
Nice and...
So if this is the cave that I remember it being... Yeah, okay. Oh, we need to level Dareloth up. We'll give him more lore. And I will give him... Do priests get any good bind weapons? I actually don't know. Merciless Gaze seems okay. A lot of, like, wizard spells are very, very interesting like that. We'll do Merciless Gaze. Yeah, the Charming Flowers, they're awful. I remember I got Grimoire Slam on my first playthrough because I thought that it would be cool for Dareloth to hit enemies with his book, but it's definitely not cool. I think we could just go for... Yeah, Penetrating Blast seems okay. I'm going to go into slow mode here. So, I kind of want Dareloth to lead this out. Because he's got Rolling Flame. Actually, this
La
is probably the
Varu,
perfect
be
time
on
to do it. Okay, so now that that's been cast, we're gonna have Dareloth run back here, and then everybody's gonna get involved. Durance is going to buff everyone up. And then Dareloth is out of spells, actually, so it's a good thing that we got that. So we can
No help here.
better to deal with being charmed in PoE 2. Pallegina can slap you out of it. I don't really like Pallegina in PoE 2, honestly. I liked her way more in Pillars 1.
Nice and quiet.
She's a little bit too of like a... I don't know. She's like stuck in her ways and she's very nationalistic. Okay, well we've already been confused. Alright, easy clear. Yeah, she's much better in 1.
Light, flame, and sound. We'll keep to
I mean, it's good character development for her. It's just like... I don't know. I like her less because of it. But her character develops in a natural way.
I'll see what I can find.
Is there anything over here that I missed?
Margaren's fire casts light in dark places.
In dark places. They kind of cut most of her character in favor of getting you a factional companion. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of what they did to her in Pillars 2. I've only done 1 full playthrough of Pillars 2, though, so I'm very interested to get back into that game.
I shall be discreet.
I've done a lot of, like, half playthroughs of Pillars 2, but only 1 full one. Oh.
Stand together.
How may I help?
Does Durance have any... Yeah, if you have DLC, it's... Pillars 2 is an extremely long game. Stores allow you to trade and sell your items. You know,
I'm here.
Thanks for the tooltip.
Nice and quiet.
Here's the goal. The lore in this game is well written and interesting, I think. Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
The lore of this game is the best part. I mean, I like the gameplay. I think it's fun. It might not be like the most entertaining thing to watch, to be honest. I was a little hesitant about streaming this game for that reason alone, but I don't know. I thought that it would be a fun game. Like, I think that Elder Scrolls fans could really find a lot to enjoy in this game. Because it's extremely well written. And the world is very interesting. Pillars 2 is definitely an easier game to play, though. Pillars 1 is a little bit dated. Shh. They made a lot of really good improvements to Pillars 2. Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Alright, from Fulvano's Travels. I'm not going to read it. Volvano's just like a traveler guy. With the buffs and debuffs, it's sometimes hard to follow what downed you. Yeah, they do have the chat log down in the bottom corner, where you can like track where stuff comes from. But
hello,
I would agree.
Hello.
It can be a little bit hard to tell what's going on in combat sometimes.
Let's see what lies this way.
But yeah, the Pillars games are my second favorite.
Good day,
fantasy
stranger.
Okay. Is it done? Am I rid of the interminable squawking of the Zarips? No, Tan. I don't mind yours. They're all dead? Okay. Good. I tired of their feeble attempts to surprise us. Here, she hands you 3 vials. For your trouble. And now we can get underway with my part of the bargain. I will get started on the mixture, but I need one more ingredient. Some spores from the creatures in that cave there. Sporelings, they call them. It is a useful material. I need one for the mixture. You are welcome to any others you find. Well, here you go. So you do. Excellent. Give one here, and I'll add it to the cauldron. This should not take long. The mixture is ready. Take this to Afra. Tell her to drink it before bed, as it induces sleep. She should find herself more energetic in the morning. Tell her to eat more fish and cheese. The potion will sustain a healthy appetite, grant her strength. She's a rather frail woman, from what I remember of her. Say, wait, I thought this was a cure. I can't tend to ailments, or I can tend to ailments of the body. I cannot cure an affliction of the soul. Certainly not one inflicted by the gods. Ranga crosses her arms. I've explained many times. People will believe what they want. So let her believe. Perhaps that will help. Faith is a powerful thing. In the meantime, she will feel much improved, and if her child should not be claimed by the legacy, then it will be born healthy. That I will promise. Okay, I'll be going. I've done what I can as promised. Tell Afra I wish her well. Yeah, I think this is a lot of the quests in the early game of Pillars are basically setting the stage for the world. Like, it's really cool, this quest to go like, you know, this woman's like, oh, just find this person and then have them cure my potentially hollow-born baby. And it's like, it doesn't really work like that, you know? The side quests, they show you how the world works around you. If it was as simple as just finding some wise woman out in the lagoon, then this wouldn't be a problem. Yeah, grenades are fun in 2. Yeah, 2's got a lot of fun stuff.
How do you do?
You were some time away. I worried you wouldn't return. Is that it? Have you brought it? Afra looks at you hopefully. What did Ranga say? Yes, I have it. Here it is. You really did it. Oh, bless you, bless you. I don't know what I could have done or would have done without you. Now my baby will be safe. Afra beams at you. I can't thank you enough. We're just going to say glad to be of assistance. Here, take this. You can keep what remains of Ranka's payment, too. Thank you again. I'll take this before I settle into bed. Perhaps I'll finally rest easy. Damn. Oh, it's Kolsch. Hold, sir, but a moment. A hooded man waits upon the road, clad in a green cloak. He strides forward to meet you as you approach, and at a closer distance his features are revealed for those of a younger man, though lined with weariness. He appears to be favoring his left leg as he walks, and there is a dark stain upon the fabric of his trousers, under the knee. Even so, he grants you with a polite bow. It seems that you have done dear Afra a great service. The man nods toward the nearby house. Onslaugh's compass is a dangerous place, and yet you were willing to venture there to help her. Gilded Vale needs such courage in these dark times. Stout hearts willing to do what is necessary to save these people. He turns to look out over the village. Can I count you among that number? What is it you want me to do? The man nods, standing a little straighter. It is a grim task that I ask of you, but I assure you, there is no other option. Lord Radric must be stopped. Too long has Gilded Vale suffered under Radric's badness. He would cure Wydwin's legacy by ensuring there are none alive in the village to be afflicted. I fear his own wife Ygritte may be at risk. The man has no mercy in him. We have not stood idle. My people and I breached the defenses, intent on ending Radric's rule ourselves. We entered through the sewers under cover of night, but we were routed. His face darkens. There are dark creatures down there in the dungeons, the work of Radric's Animancer. It falls to you. Lord Radric has called for further reinforcements, and soon there will be no stopping him. Our time grows short, and in this hour I must beg assistance where I can. He's going to owe us more than some rubble-strewn plot of land after this. Fling him from the ramparts, or else cut his head from the shoulders, I care not. Once his throne lies empty, Gilded Vale will have the stewardship that it deserves. Who are you? Only a man determined to see Gilded Vale restored to its former glory. There was a time, stranger, when Gilded Vale was worthy of its name. The crops gleamed like gold, and the village's people lived well. I don't know about the golden crops, but there were less flies, anyway. And what has become of it now? Whatever has caused the blight upon our lands, it is not the fault of its people. Radric looks to punish us for crimes we have not committed, and in turn he is blind to his own. I am not, and he will pay for what he has done. I swear it by the flame. Yeah, I will find Radric and deal with him. Then I commend you on your courage, and thank you for your assistance. But I would not send you onward without due warning. Radric's hold is crawling with soldiers and sellswords, all loyal to Radric. They will not take kindly to intruders. In truth, they will be all the more alert for our failed efforts. A frontal assault would be unwise. If you would brave it, you could follow our steps and seek out the entrance to the sewers at the eastern edge of the moat. He looks away. But several of my men were captured. It may be the entrance has been found and sealed anew. Those men were under my control. I would be in your debt if you found some means of helping them. Once you make it inside, seek out my old friend, Nedmar. He is the high priest, Baratheon, now that the Shining God has fallen. A good man in difficult circumstances. He will listen to reason. Durrance chortles, nearly choking on his own disdain.
Shining God. He never shone so brightly as when the bomb took him. The moniker is obsolete now. Ash does not shine.
It's like if someone was to call you the attractive priest, Durrance. Nedmar can help you reach Radric, but he resides in the upper level of Radric's hold, protected by guards and mercenaries. You will have to keep to the shadows, if you mean to reach him without alarming the entire keep. Okay, thank you for the advice. I will make good use of it. I consider it a blessing from the gods that I have found someone that understands honor and duty. Radric's hold lies past the eastern wood, not far to the east. Or the estern wood, not far to the east. May Magrin bring you victory, friend. I wish you luck. Goodbye, Kolsch. Well, I have a feeling we can't take on Radric quite yet, but there's a few more little side things that we could do. We should rest at the end, because Kana and I are almost dead.
Gods keep you.
Like a room, please. Just take the common room. We actually do need to make our way to the Estern Wood, because we have a quest there for the blacksmith. That doesn't appear to be the right way. There we go. Or no, it's not the Estern Wood, my bad. It's Black Meadow. track down the shipment. Make a quick save here.
Wait, sail, mate.
Endurance is so slow. Might as well get him a gun, honestly. Actually, yeah, I'll just give him Kana's gun. Just take that, buddy.
I'm here.
Wait, sail, mate.
We have not used a single one of his chants. That is my bad.
Roll up. Wait! I've lost my notes! No, wait. They're in my pocket.
Legend.
Wait.
Oh shit, okay. Hold on. Oh god, Adair's getting fucked up already. Let's reduce their speed. I think that's a good idea. That way they can't attack as frequently. Yeah, and then we'll just have Durance hang back.
Following your lead.
What?
Maybe even actually a Holy Radiance here. And then I should be spellcasting as well. Need 2 Holy Radiances. Okay, Durance is just running away. Awesome. Okay, Adair seems to have kind of stabilized her. Thanks, Durance.
All right, then.
I'm here.
Okay, this shrine will definitely never come up again, so we might as well just forget about it. It's definitely not a part of anything broader.
I'm here.
Some wickets. Oh my god. Yikes.
How may I help?
Just exploded, dude. Yeah, not anytime soon anyway. Oh, Fulvano's boots. Hell yeah. Okay, what do these do? +1 for Constitution. I could use that.
Yes?
Wrong button.
Yeah!
You know how many wicks there are on Path of the Damned? I shudder to think of how many there are. Sounds like a terrible, terrible experience.
I shall.
I'm here.
A fine warbow. We don't really use... I guess, you know what? We could have Sagani in the party. I actually totally forgot about her. She's... Oh, wait. Okay, I alt-tabbed. Sagani is like... Is she here in this area? I totally forgot about her.
I'm here.
Wait, sail,
Aye?
She's okay, she's past Cadnua. Gotcha. I know she's in some wooded area. Yeah, we could have her in the party. I saw a bow and I was like, who uses a bow in this game? And that would be Sagani. Okay. I think the shipment is right up here. Yeah, the wooden planes. Adair, why don't you not discard?
I'm here.
There it is.
How may I help?
Let's do a bewildering spectacle. There we go. Oh my god, is my... Ooh. Sheesh.
Certainly.
Well, that's not good. There's the shipment crate.
Following your lead.
Coins.
Yes?
Glad I'm back. Oh, man. Up this way.
Hello.
Okay, hand over the crate. Found that shipment you were waiting on. Tuatanu reaches out to take the crate, raising it effortlessly onto the counter. His face splits in a broad smile. Why, so you have. This is excellent news. We can finally get back to work and show you real Black Hammer quality. None of these flimsy little swords. Here, I'll give you a taste. Might not have had much of that in the way of materials to work with, but it's still Black Hammer craftsmanship. You go on and take that. And here, some coin for your troubles, too. Did you find anyone with a wagon? Bandits overtook the wagon. I doubt your people survived. Tuatanu shakes his head, running a hand over his bald pate. Poor fools. Always told them they ought to hire some guards instead of palming the extra coin. He sighs. I'll have to hire on more hands. Don't suppose you want to settle in Gilded Vale? Try some delivery work? He smiles thinly. You have my thanks for your assistance, friend. Give me some time to work the forge, and you'll have your pick of the next run of weapons. Think if this game had encumbrance. Oh god, if this game had encumbrance, it would be so hard to play. It would be so hard to play. Okay, so we have a large door. Larder door. That's technically what it's called. And this is a shield that he made while he was extremely low on resources. So now we're going to use that. I think I had a dare on my first playthrough using this door for like a lot of the game. Probably too much of the game. But I couldn't convince myself to put it down. It was so funny. Yeah, let's just like click a bunch of this stuff. Then we can take out the useful stuff like the grappling hook, a torch, some lockpicks, hammer and chisel, more lockpicks. Oh, you can only have stacks of 5, that's right. Pry bar. Yeah, gatekeeper. Okay, I don't think we're quite ready for Cadnua yet. I can't remember if, like, what order it goes in. If you're supposed to go to Radric's Hold first, or if you're supposed to go to Cadnua first. Also, what's our reputation looking like? Benevolent, diplomatic, and honest. So that should help us out, because we've been benevolent and honest so far. I think there's more stuff. Oh yeah, there's a little thing we can do down at Madmar Bridge. So we'll do that. You can go to... Yeah, I know you can go to Radric's at any time. I just don't know what, like, the level scaling is intended for. I can't remember if Cadnua is leveled higher or lower. Okay, we'll go down to the bridge. Oh shit, we are already in combat. Radric's is harder? Okay. Because I remember what I did on my first playthrough is I went to Radric's Hold and then I, like, got some decent gear. And then I went into Cadnua. I'd imagine you can do it just about whatever you want. Okay.
Certainly.
Find hatchets. First part of Cad isn't bad at all. Maybe we'll go do that. You wake to the sensation of being shaken, and you open your eyes to see a Dare standing over you, his hand jostling your shoulder. He looks concerned. Your eyes are heavy and your vision blurred, the vague unease of unremembered nightmares clouding your thoughts. You were not sure you slept at all the previous night.
Hey. Hey! You awake? Good. You were kind of thrashing around, eyes rolled back in your head. You were shaking. Trying to snap you out of it for a long time now. I was gonna have to get a bucket of cold water. You don't seem like you get much rest at night. You got those dark circles under your eyes.
Yeah, not lately. At night, there are dreams and whispers.
Well, it's the Watcher thing, then. I'm sure it just takes some time to adjust is all. I'll try to let it sort itself out. But you'd better wake up faster next time. Trust me, you don't want that bucket of cold water.
We love a Dare in this household. Okay, these are all...
It seems the Deerwood sees its share of floodwaters. We'll have to go around.
Yup. Oh, there they are. Paragant. Is this a male or female? I think it looks like a female. Yeah. Oh, curse my luck, the woman mutters, kicking her foot into the ground and upturning a clod of soil. As you approach, her ears twitch, and she turns to greet you. Hail, traveler, she says with a half-hearted hand wave. This bridge to Defiance Bay is out. If that's where you're headed, you'll need to find another route. What are you doing here? I had been attempting to turn a quick copper, but... She bites her lip, her face turning flush with anger. Just my luck, the blasted currents threw my ferry into the rocks, dashed it, and my profits to pieces. Making matters worse, when I went to prowl the shore to salvage whatever shipping crates didn't sink, a pair of looters attacked me. She stomps her foot into the ground. The damned brigands had the nerve to attack. I managed to avoid harm, but now they've stolen by force all that's left of my fortune. She eyes you for a long second, her hand cupping her chin. You know, you look like you'd fare better against those looters than little old me. Could I enlist your help? I'll think about it. Okay, yeah, they're just gonna attack. You play Pathfinder, Path of the Righteous on normal, yet the combat is so swingy, easy, or no hard all of a sudden? Gotcha. Yeah, the combat in Pillars is like... I mean, I don't play this on the hardest difficulty, so... It's really not too bad. We'll talk to Hanwyn. Gathered around the soggy timbers of a shipwreckage, men and women pick through the driftwood, snatching muddy silverware, moldy clothes, chipped pottery, and anything they can spot amongst the, detritus? All eyes turn to you as you approach. The group trade nervous stares at you until at last a woman in muddy clothes steps forward and speaks.
Where are Bredel and Terran? They were just up along the path and we heard fighting.
Her eyes narrow, and a hand moves toward a knife on her belt as she anticipates your reply. Say, they attacked us. It was a matter of self-defense.
You killed them?
You see Hanwyn's eyes tear up before she buries her face in her hands. The men and women around her take a step back, eyeing you cautiously. Hanwyn looks up, wiping her eyes.
You speak of self-defense. Well, we are defending ourselves from this storm.
Her voice raises and her face grows flush with emotion.
The floods took our entire farm. We have nothing left. Nothing. No food, no roof, and now I don't even have my cousins.
She throws up her hands in despair.
We don't want to fight you. We've lost enough already. Please just leave us.
I came here investigating some missing cargo. We mistook your cousins for looters. She blinks in disbelief.
Looting? But this is a wreck. What value does it have?
The men and women all turn to her, their faces frightened and worried.
Please, we need these supplies dearly. The storm took everything from us. It is not our desire to steal, but we are destitute. Should we let these wares just sink to the river bottom?
I'll say, I'm sorry for your misfortune. Can I help?
Perhaps you could tell the merchant you found nothing beyond bits of driftwood. From her point of view, it will be as if the river washed it all away. Besides, how much copper will she really make by selling these rotting clothes and soiled wares?
Yeah, I will see what I can do.
Thank you.
She sighs, wiping sweat from her brow.
You were the first turn of good fortune to come our way in a very long time.
Hanwyn snaps her fingers at one of her comrades and points to a pile of supplies drying in the sun.
We don't have much, but take this as a token of our thanks.
Did you know that Avowed will be in first person? Yes, Avowed is going to be... It looks like it's going to be much closer to Skyrim than Pillars. But it's still going to take place in this universe with the world of Aora. I think it's going to be pretty disconnected from Pillars 1 and 2, as far as I understand. Okay. Peregrine bounces on her feet as you approach.
My helpful stranger returns. Have you managed to find anything yet? Even if all you found is driftwood, just knowing those looters got what they deserved would moisten my britches.
Yeah, I've picked through the wreckage, but I found nothing salvageable. Must have washed away. Peregrine kicks her foot into the dirt several times.
I figured just as much. Well, thank you for your assistance. I suppose I need to figure out how I'll recover my investment.
At last, her foot stops kicking, and she lets out a long sigh.
Thanks for trying. If you find yourself in Defiance Bay, search out my shop. I'll need all the customers I can get.
Okay. I heard that you'll only be able to play as human or elf. I heard something like that as well, but then I also heard that that was debunked. So I don't know if that's true or not. If only human or elf are available, that will be really disappointing. And I would imagine if that's the case, it's something that Xbox forced them to do. Okay, this is an arena for a troll. Yeah, godlike human elf. Your favorite companion in PoE is, it's Jawa. Jawa's great. It's an incredible companion.
At once.
Okay. I think that's about everything you can do with the bridge. I can't remember anything else that goes on in really the other wildlands. I think it's at least partly due to story, or maybe they had to adopt it post factum. Maybe. I mean, I know there are, like, you see Almawa all over the place in the trailer. You see Orlands. I saw one of the companions is an Orlan. So at the very least, like, there will be other races represented, even if you can only play as a human. Or an elf, which I think is still pretty lame. If you are an Adaran diplomat, 99% chance you are either elf or human. Yeah, but that's... I don't know, like, we're a Rawatai, you know, moon-touched Almawa, so... It's very interesting for role-playing to have more options available. Okay, let's go back to Black Meadow and see if we missed anything here. Yeah, we missed a little bit in the middle.
I shall be discreet.
You.
Not a sound.
Way sail, Miss Maid.
Cool, cool.
I'm here.
Let's see what lies this way.
Okay, that's pretty much everything on this map. A little bit up this way. Hey, there's another troll.
Way sail, Miss Maid.
You're not getting through me. Dareloth!
Yes?
Let's go up to the Estern Wood. Clear this place out. Oh, and we do have the Hermit's Hat. Immunity to confuse. Wow. That's pretty good.
I'm here.
I think there's, what, some skeletons up this way? Oh.
Way sail, Miss Maid.
Stand together!
Way sail, Miss Maid.
Easy peasy.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
Oh, hey. It's a big old stag. Hello, stag. I love how easily these wickets are dying. Ah, here's the skeletons, I think. Yep. My god. Giving Durance the gun, I think, was the best thing that we could have done here.
That's it!
Yeah. Here's my plan. I'm gonna go into Radrick's Hold. Really quick. And we're gonna unlock it as a location. And then I'm gonna go back, sell some stuff. And then I think I'm gonna get off for the night. Because I am meeting my friend for, actually we've unlocked it as a location now. But yeah, I'm meeting my friend for breakfast tomorrow, so I do have to be up at a decent time tomorrow. So, we're going to end things here, but this was a lot of fun. And I'm glad that some of you guys said that you were enjoying it, so let's make a save here for Adoro. End of stream 1. But yeah, hopefully we'll pick this up sometime soon. I do need to get working more on the lore video that will be coming out in January, so that's going to be kind of my big project coming up. But yeah, I would love to play more of this game soon. I think we can probably... today was a 5-hour stream about, so I think we can probably fit in... before Avowed comes out. How long is this game going to take to beat? This game's like a 60-hour game at like the quickest. My first character, yeah, 67 hours. So, yeah. I think we'll be able to kind of speed through it a little bit. Because we'll be able to get into town pretty soon here. Anyway, yeah, that's my little ramble at the end. I hope to see you guys in the next one. Why is it so long? It's just a lot of reading. Just a lot of reading that you got to do. I mean, it's a very story-rich game. It's not so much like... not so much like our Oblivion playthrough that I was able to beat in like 3 streams, because... You know, I mean, Oblivion, as much as I love that game, it's not as... doesn't have as much to say about its world. For all the different characters and whatnot. So, yeah, this is a much more deeper philosophical game. Plus, our character creation took us like an hour alone. But yeah, anyway, I will catch you guys in the next one. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for hanging out. See ya.